No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes. What do you consider this time? Good. I think it is time we can start. Yeah, it's time, yeah. So we need to get the yeah. Let's come in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please. Okay, let's take our seats so that we begin the session this morning. Where is he?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. May I need your attention for a few seconds? During the first day, there was a talk by a representative of the African Union about a big initiative on indigenous nutritious crops for Africa that is launched by the American US State Department, the African Union, and FAO. It's called VAX, and there is actually a scoping review going on between now and November, a list of priority crops for what we call opportunity crops. Many neglected, underutilized crop, fonio, teff, grass pea, pigeon pea, bambara groundnut, cocoyam, taro, okra, sweet potato, sesame, finger millet, etc., etc. So I actually, just making an announcement here for the scoping review. We are actually collecting some kind of data about these crops, mainly focusing on the facilitators and the barriers of adoption of these crops. So if you have any kind of data that you would be able to share with the VAX initiatives, please get in touch with me. I'm easily identifiable here. And we would discuss, so I would explain a bit better of what it is about. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we are going to start this session. This morning, we are going to have a keynote address on capacity building. And to do that is Professor Patrick Okore. Where is, yeah, please come. So whilst he makes his way to the stage, I'll read some of his very rich history. So Dr. Patrick Okore is a Ugandan national who received his doctoral degree from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala in 2004. He received BSc Agriculture and MSc Crop Science degrees from Makerere University in Uganda in 1994 and 97 respectively. Patrick is an international academic expert in curriculum and program design educator, and educator, trainer, research, innovator, and scientific leader. During his formative years, Patrick worked at Makerere University, where he played a key role in institutional reform, both in research and training. As a science leader, he established one of the largest multidisciplinary research programs at Makerere University to underpin training and research. He was, until 2022, a principal scientist with the International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, ICRISAT, crop improvement, and was the deputy director of ICRISAT's global research program on accelerated crop improvement. Patrick is an expert in plant breeding and has commercialized over 30 varieties of legumes, especially groundnut, that are widely grown in East and Southern Africa. He is also an expert in technology scaling out, whose team reaches out annually to over 50,000 households in different products and services. As a science leader, he has also led the revamp of groundnut breeding and research for development programs of Malawi, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Kenya, DR Congo, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Patrick is also a thought leader. who has been involved in high-level planning, strategy, and visioning for national, regional, continental, global agencies. He has contributed to new thrusts and visioning for future at Makerere University, RU Forum, Asareka, FARA, COMESA, AU, and CGIAR and ICRISAT. Early in his career, Patrick was part of the team that developed the Eastern Africa's premier agricultural biopolicy and bioinnovation research programs called BioInnovate. He is currently the executive secretary of RU Forum, a network of 163 universities in 40 countries in Africa. So with that, I welcome Dr. Patrick Okore. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of APBA for inviting me. I'm also happy to be home. This is my home. And to see all the faces here, I'm happy to be here. A lot of protocol, but I want to appreciate everyone who made it possible for me to be here today. And I bring you warm greetings from RU Forum, the network of 163 universities in Africa. We aim to make agriculture work for the smallholders of this continent because, among others, it is going to move people out of poverty, and especially the young people. Our continent can only generate about 3 million jobs a year, but annually 10 million young people or slightly more enter the job market requiring jobs. And so we have a shortfall of more than 2/3 of the jobs that are required. Many of them are sitting in the rural areas. So controversial, I usually say agriculture is also the home of the poor and the left behind. And we have to do something about that. So before I give my talk about capacity building in general, I thought it is important to understand why capacity building is important. And to do that, it's important to understand the context behind which we are doing this. This picture is from a smallholder farmer growing upland rice in northern Uganda. And it's a crop that has been there for about 20 years. A product from IITA, nationalized through the Naro. It's one of the recognized rice varieties, and it is being grown and helping to feed people. But certainly there are issues, disease, and so on and so forth. And this type of people, these women, are the ones who feed Africa. Actually, 60% of the farming population in Africa are women, and they are smallholders, and they feed Africa. So I think the women in this room deserve a round of applause to appreciate them for feeding Africa. But it's also important to understand a few issues that plant breeding must think about. One, Africa has 60% of the remaining land for farming. It uses about 40% of the land, and the expansion of land area has been reducing since 2012, but it still remains in the hands of smallholder farmers. Most of the farming in Africa is across very diverse farming systems, and I just selected two here, dominated by cereal-based systems, and then in West Africa you have the root and cereal mixed farming systems, and then in the drier areas you have the cereals, and then in the humid tropics you have maize, and then you have the agropastoral systems. And so if you're breeding for this complex type of environment, you need to think about where your varieties are going to grow. But thirdly, it's also important to think about where these varieties are growing and what are the challenges they face. This is a report that came out very recently from FAO, and it basically says that over the last 40 years, drought has been shown to be the most important factor affecting productivity. And that means most breeding programs must now pay attention to drought. 50% of the crop losses across Africa are coming from drought. And the one we pay a lot of attention to, pests and diseases, you can see is doing 3% actually. And so if you look at a number of those factors inside, earthquakes, natural disasters, and floods, they are becoming more important challenges that we need to think about. And so this means certain types of expertise that we don't have are critical. When you look at how we are doing in terms of deployment of new varieties and technologies, and I picked two, a small country like Malawi, densely populated, and then a large country, Africa's top economy, you see a very similar trend. Varieties are more than a decade old, actually. And this is not very good. That means that science is not contributing a lot to increasing productivity like it should, or rather the systems may not be as effective and efficient as we want to think. On average, they range from, the youngest is, maize generally tends to have a much higher turnover compared to all other varieties, but it also still struggles like all the other underinvested crops. For example, you can see since we released CG9 and 7, CG7 in Malawi had been dominating for over 30 years. And these new ones that we released have replaced them generally. And the food systems, people in Africa and the world over, we grow food to eat. In Africa, it's different. We eat what we grow. It's slightly different from the West, where you actually eat what is processed. You buy it from the supermarket. The main story here is that the food systems in the rural and urban areas of Africa are almost the same. So people eat almost the same type of things in the same types of ways. And that means, as plant breeders, the rural market, when you're doing a participatory variety selection, will give you a clue on what the urban centers look like. People always argue the urban is going to be very different, but all the numbers suggest that's not true. And in terms of processing, if you look at processing, which is an increasing area, this is peanut butter. I just chose it because I work with peanuts anyway. As you begin to improve varieties and process them, you shrink the breadth of material that you need to use, but you increase the geographical coverage. And that means that you need to think about certain proprietary traits. And proprietary traits do not sit very well in every variety. Again, that shrinks the number of varieties you want to have. So fortunate for Africa, this progress is taking place, but slowly. The takeaway message from all of this is that plant breeding in Africa faces a very challenging landscape. One, it's a very diverse landscape. So to get one size fits all is just not going to work. We need diversity, and we are not generating it at the rate we should. The food systems, while they are transitioning, they are still very much rural-based types of feeding or traditional. While Africa's borders have opened up to allow you to trade across, registering varieties in different places and moving them across, all those possibilities are there now, but they're going to be underwritten by many things like the food systems, the culture, and so on. And more importantly, like I'll show later on, the sector is growing very slowly still, affected by a number of challenges. Breeders, we still need to focus on our traditional input traits that enhance resilience. The output traits are also increasingly becoming important. But more importantly, many times we think about crop improvement. I like to talk about crop improvement rather than plant breeding alone, because crop improvement is a much broader discipline and talks about agronomy and many other things you need to do to unlock productivity. So this is what I wanted to talk about. So what's the capacity to innovate in Africa? The main takeaway message from here is that the total factor productivity, a measure of how productive this sector is, generally has been slow, and in some cases almost deaccelerated or remain more or less constant at about 3.6%. If you look at the middle part, which is the impact of technology efficiency, the impact of innovations on production, it's really pretty low, which means that even as we produce our varieties, they are not really turning out, they're not doing what they're supposed to do because something else is missing. However, in terms of introduction of new technologies into the system, this is pretty high, but the middle one is telling you something else is necessary. So rethinking how we do plant breeding is important. And this is where, when you start thinking about how we do plant breeding in Africa, it's still very public sector dominated. Again, I picked Africa's largest economy, Nigeria, and you can see that it is basically public sector dominated. Very few private sector enterprises are involved in the whole process. Very maize-centric. And when you look at Ghana, very similar trend. Very maize-centric, very public sector centered. And so without the private sector involved in this whole process, last mile delivery is going to be a challenge. As I get towards the meat of this is an analysis that came from Godfrey's team in AU, and it basically shows the trends and the number of varieties released over a decade. I just chose a few of them. You see that it is very much dominated by starch, and typical Africans eat quite a bit of starch. Maize, 513 varieties, legumes, 169, then the RTBs, roots, tubers, 280, and then with exception of vegetables in Egypt, you can see it's a very, very starch-centric type of focus that we have our systems in. This is just to try to show you how the number of breeders you have per country and the number of releases and how investments are made. I wanted just to flag one here, Ethiopia. While they have 74 breeders, you can see they only released 12. So this is to show you the diversity in the food system. So sometimes the numbers are not the only thing. You have to think of more than that. South Africa has 53 breeders in their public system, and you can see they released 236. Very maize-centric type of this reflects the changes in the feeding system, food systems. So the talk I was asked to give is about capacity development, and it is clear that we have a very diverse system. It is complex. They are dominated by public sector investments, very weak private sector, but coming in slowly. It's important to think about building capacity from a much broader focus, thinking about human capital development. And I argue these days we must think about rebalancing how we do our human capital development. Merely thinking about PhDs and MScs will not cut it, because you need technicians, you need other research associates to get your plant breeding to work. You need infrastructure, you need financing, you need industry to place these people to train them. So thinking about the entire ecosystem is important. And so many years ago, Professor Eric Dankwa and others, Professor Tongona here, Shimelis and many others who are not in this room, Richard Edema, Professor Rufaro here, and others. This was the reality about plant breeding in Africa. 2000s, fragmented and non-coherent investments. There were some islands of success, really, anchored on individuals rather than success. You'd have a good professor here, another one there. Very limited North-South partnerships, and even within the region, very limited student mobility. There was nothing to write home about. Very limited funding. Outputs were really very university-centric around students' thesis. Occasional breeding materials. We rarely generated improved materials, and basically focused on publications, patted ourselves on the back, and we were happy. So off to a good start. These programs were developed, and this is just a summary of some of the things that they have focused on. I'll give you just 1 or 2 slides from each of them. They strengthen teaching and learning through what I call a curriculum reform rather than a review. They change the way plant breeding is taught and is practiced in Africa, at ACCI, at WACI, at MASI, among others, to the way we train plant breeders. 2, they began to enhance the contribution of universities to national and continental development. They work across 20 countries in Africa. There are pipelines of materials generated, pipeline for delivery to the market. Knowledge products have increased. At least they're contributing to changing that bad record on Africa of contributing less than 2% to intellectual knowledge. And then resourcing with a wide range of partners, apart from depending on the almighty government, including official development assistance, philanthropy, and so on. So this is the new reality now about the breeding programs. And these breeding programs have come from different directions. And again, one of them is the African Centers of Plant Breed of Excellence. You can see that out of the 72 of them are actually in this room here. And we are grateful for that support. But like I said, the numbers we need are way, way higher than that. The second way this has been done is, I call it a hybrid approach. And this is more or less still focused on selected areas of expertise, science, engineering, and technology. And this is the PASSET model. This is by African governments. They identified certain prioritized areas, focus on training, and send students off to some of these centers. And indeed, Mercy, perhaps Waki, and many others have benefited from this kind of arrangement. And so this is now to the examples. This is just a good example of ACCI, and it is the oldest of the African centers of crop improvement, very unique structure, changed the way we do training. You do 1 year of coursework, and then you do 3 years of in-country, then full-time staff supervisors. They are supervised within the country and out, and so on. But the more important thing was about equipping leaders with science and the business of plant breeding. These are just some highlights of what they have done. I just want you to pay attention to contributing at least 150 new plant breeders. They are all in the system, but some of them are being sucked away into administration. So while we contribute 150, we lose off maybe about 30% of that go directly into administration and probably never participate in plant breeding. So a lot of work still needs to be done. But the alumni are all in Africa. Now this is the narrative that is very interesting. You can see that those alumni are very active, producing varieties, lots of knowledge products, and then they are thinking about pipelines for delivery. And this is just a flavor, which I modified. You forgive me for saying if I changed it too much. But knowledge products, varieties have been produced. So the second one is Waki, which is basically, I call it modified model number 1. So it's basically designed a lot around the ACCI. And so, Eric, you forgive me again if I've overchanged it. But they want to produce graduates who can originate publishable research in plant breeding. They have practical knowledge in genetics and crop improvement in general. They can communicate their science, but more importantly, can manage their programs efficiently. And it's modeled after ACCI and started as a broad international partnership between Ghana and Cornell. This is just a flavor. It's not everything. You need to visit their rich website to get what they do. But you can see it changed the narrative about lack of money to fund graduate training in Africa. So $40 million plus is not your simple thing to do. You can see the grants the alumni have attracted. This is the product. This is now an outcome, 62 million. So in between, from 40, they have given you 62 million, $12 million extra that has come into the African crop improvement ecosystem. About 160 PhDs and 91 MPhils. But I want you to pay attention to 3 viable PPPs, public-private partnerships. This time, universities are viewing themselves as vehicles for delivering science solutions. And then I want you to look at that corner there, their training and outreach. They are making sure that the science is reaching outside there, and these are the weak places in Africa. Again, like ACCI, a lot of varieties, close to 300, have been bred. These are just other pictorials, so you can have a flavor of what they do. They're training young entrepreneurs including engaging with MIT in Massachusetts. And a number of these are present. I'm sure if you visit Ghana, you should be able to eat them, and they should spread across Africa. And finally, the Model 2 approach, again, which is a modification of the ACCI, is that you have, again, a very similar setup coming from outside of the university, plus the university supported by development partners to undertake major curriculum reform. And very similar setup. This is Richard's future place. It's under construction. But I'm sure in 2 years' time, or at the end of next year, it will look very, very different from this artistic impression. Again, the idea is to have young people who are able to run crop improvement programs in a very efficient way, communicate science, train, and do the types of things that we have been missing in Africa for long. Outcomes are very, very similar. Richard's program has 4 plant breeding programs, and this is a challenge we have in African universities. When you ask them, what is your research agenda, they show you student projects. Student projects is not research agenda. And Richard's program is beginning to move towards having research programs there. And so they have a sorghum, they have a cowpea, they have a horticulture, they have a seed program. And this is the type of thing, this is the unique elements, and the same is true with Waki, what they're doing, and the same is also true with ACCI. So these are changes in the structure of how we do crop improvement in Africa. Again, you can see raise significant amounts of money, and a lot of investments have been made. And here's again their regional coverage. You can see they pick students from all over Africa, and where their students go, they still remain in the public sector and or research, as I mentioned before. So, as I come to the end, thinking about why we are where we are, the common thread across all these institutions is that they're African-led and owned, and that's important. It's an African idea, Africans finding solutions for their own problems. Very strong coursework, research and publication culture. It addresses the whole question of work-life preparedness, what our young people are looking for. It's no longer just genetics. They're talking about leadership, entrepreneurial skills, and so on. Very strong North-South, South-South collaboration. And then the training towards programmatic operations of breeding programs, the transitioning towards that is important. So our African universities will also now start running their own independent breeding programs and releasing varieties in their own right, something they should be doing. And finally, very strong culture. So as I go forward, the first one I showed you here was that Mercedes-Benz running on a good leather, all-weather road. It fits very nicely. When you put a Mercedes-Benz on a village road, don't blame the car. It starts having serious challenges. Nothing wrong with the car, everything wrong with the environment you're working with. That's why I started from there. So do we need to retrofit our programs for the car or the car for the road? These are some suggestions for retrofitting, resourcing. I think that the demand is still much higher than we have. And I'm arguing that we need to move away now from this piecemeal approach. We advertise and expect students to apply, and we are happy we part ourselves. I think we need to have a very major master plan of how we want to do crop improvement in Africa. And I'm not sure we have that master plan in place. That would help us to resource at a much higher scale. We need to move towards having programs rather than student-based projects. They're good for teaching and learning. They won't help us much with development, and development needs us to play a bigger role. The focus on improving genetic gains means a lot of advances in technology, and we might actually not have all that. So we need new partnerships. AI is now one of those things that causes us to think differently. Systems biology and many other things require us to think much broader than we have. We need to think about last mile delivery, said enterprises. I'm suggesting that all these programs, ACCI, Makerere, Waki, they should actually run enterprises. Plant breeding programs, they train the students on those programs. And then they're given the mandate to raise the money from there, actually. They gave the mandate to start these programs, but I think having them as university-based programs is something worth thinking about. And then providing post-training support for the graduates. They are all doing that variously, but we need to intensify that because science keeps changing. And when you're in the field, you might reach the train station when it has already left. Brokering knowledge, we need a lot of partnerships. But more importantly, I have moved quite a bit in our continent, and you find a dearth of technical support for plant breeders. So I'm also arguing that these huge programs need to adopt technical vocational education training institutions so that they can infuse and train them. So when you release your plant breeders, they are working in an ecosystem that can help them to be very effective. This is why the CG system still breeds for Africa. The only way we are going to diminish that or leverage on that better is if our technical environment is suitable. I think with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Test.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Okori, for this very stimulating talk. Now, we have time for questions. So let's have some questions. Yes, someone there. Can someone move around with a mic? There's a question in the corner there.
Thank you for the good presentation. And I'm a little bit interested on the map showing the number of breeders and the number of varieties released. I would say maybe we better have how impactful the varieties are. Like you have maybe 100 breeders and they release hundreds or 400 varieties. And if you have only one varieties which are very impactful, it's a kind of controversial. So can you give us some clue, like in terms of certified seed sold or the hectare age of the varieties coverage in each country, if you have any information on that? Thank you.
You want to answer that now? Yeah. Let's get a few more, and then he will sort of address. Yes, the gentleman there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Corey, for your presentation. Tony Oboa is my name from Makerere University, Uganda. I can clearly see that there is dire need for us to train more plant breeders. And I am wondering how we're going to continue doing this with decrease in support coming from the north in terms of financial support for us to train more breeders in Africa. How are we going to try to mitigate this challenge? Thank you very much.
Yes, one here. No. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, Moaz Amri, so UM6P. You mentioned many, initiatives or regional centers, WACI, ACCI, Marcy, all with reform and then what you are doing. But is there any coordination among all these regional centers? So there is this, you feel that each one is working in one side and then maybe need more coordination to have better impact when it comes to capacity building, especially for in plant breeding or crop improvement, because all except like for reform, all are targeting crop improvement as for capacity building. So I think it is time to have somehow way to coordinate the efforts and then put hands in order to have better impact. So maybe should put somehow this. Thank you.
Maybe we'll take one more and then you will answer, and then we'll take another batch. Yes, the gentleman there.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, to hear from you, and very good presentation. My question would be, given the disciplines, are we looking for generalists or specialists, given, you know, the broader issues of agriculture in Africa?
Okay, I think for now we shall have you answer those questions, and then we take another set of questions. Or maybe you come here. Yeah, if it is working, it's fine. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'll start with the last question. Thank you for your question. Do we need generalists? Do we need specialists? I think that Africa has this dilemma. We are mostly told to think about adaptive research. And very rarely are we investing in our own basic and strategic research, which needs a bit of specialization. But even applied research itself sometimes, like plant breeding itself, is a specialized area of operation. So I think as we focus more, Africa can adopt two ways. This is my argument. If we want to enhance our translational research, moving these primary or basic research products into final products, you need to think of a broader range of people you want to work with. In other words, we must work in a transdisciplinary manner. So we should still train the specialists, but there's a whole range of people outside there we need to be working with. A plant breeder must clearly work with a gender specialist, because 60% of the people you are going after are women, and they have unique needs and the way they see farming. The food people, the environment people, we must decarbonize. You don't want to put a variety outside there which pumps carbon into the air more than it can actually retain. And so there are so many things to think about. So yes, we must still do the specialists, but I think we must think differently on how broad our crop improvement programs are, dropping in a lot of these other specialties that are necessary. So I would argue that working together is more important at this point. The second is about coordination, and this is why this meeting is important. I think that APBA has a significant role to play in developing the master plan that could guide capacity development in plant breeding in particular. They have that very high advantage of doing so. By the way, all those universities leading plant improvement, crop improvement, WAKI, ACC, and KwaZulu-Natal, if you read the ranking of universities in Africa, they're actually the top flight universities. So they have the CV to do that. And so I think that through APBA, this is an assignment we might want to consider as part of the business, putting in place a mechanism for coordinating, for supervising is something else, but at least coordinating, this is a role that we can do very effectively. And that's a good suggestion. Funding. In my short life now, I have learned that money is given to people with causes, not causes with people. I repeat, money is given to people with causes, not causes with people. The problem we have is a huge capacity gap, but you need somebody to tell that story and tell it in a compelling way, and the money will be there. If you read, you got the background of all these programs, somebody told a story and the investments were made. So it's again incumbent upon us on how to tell the story. I don't think money is the problem. I've heard this from a number of donors. They're saying money is not the problem. Just tell us how you want to do it and do it better than yesterday. And then finally, impacts. It really varies, but overall there is a general trend in improvement in productivity across these crops, ranging from 20, sometimes even 40, sometimes even 60% improvements in productivity. I think the big challenge is you need a lot of other things around an improved variety for it to give you the yield that it is supposed to do. The nutrients. You have drought has affected many of them. You have emerging challenges and so on and so forth. Do you want where you can get that data? TASAI is a good one, and there are many other sources of this information really available, some even at country level. So the impacts are there, but not to the scale we want them to be at. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just entertain 2 more questions, which you will answer, and we'll yes, sir, there. Oh, yeah. Okay, there and here.
Thank you. My concern, actually, is capacity building is one part of the pipeline. Job creation is another part of the pipeline. And then there's a lot of brain drain in between, where people from the developing world is actually getting trained, but they just go away to the other or the greener pasture of the world. So how do we really actually fill that gap where we don't have that much of brain drain, which again comes with infrastructure, funding, and also, job security. And I think there is an issue there, just not in Africa, but many of the developing countries. And how do we actually address that issue? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Then the last one here.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. So Michel from CIRAD, France. You, in complement to the question asked by Zeudi, most of the centers that you presented are mostly around plant breeding per se, and not, as you rightly mentioned, crop improvement that involves so many other disciplines. So how can we make sure that these nucleus centers that work on such an important thing, such as plant breeding, work with other disciplines in order to have this enhancing environment around that? Thank you.
I will not attempt to answer that one. The managers of those programs are here. But I think they are doing it already. I have attended a few of their events where I think all the agronomy, if I'm not wrong, are taught by people who are not from plant breeding department itself. And entrepreneurship, like I saw for Waki, I don't think are taught by plant breeders. And so the partnership is there. But we just need to scale it up and give them more leg room, so to speak. Told people we talk about leg room. So you need to give it more leg room for them to operate. But they will talk more about how they do it and how they do it better. Jobs. These programs recognize that. That's why all universities are thinking about work preparedness, the whole concept of the future of work, where jobs are going to be in the next 5 to 10 years. You need to think about that when you're designing the program. And these programs must begin thinking about how to help their graduates to create those seed companies. Agra did that. There are lessons to learn from that. And then maybe that's how we can grow, among others, having picked lessons from mistakes and good things that happened yesterday. But the whole work preparedness thinking has been missing in all our programs. And we need now to inbuild work preparedness, business incubation, ideation, and all these things that go around innovation. They need to be part of regular programming, especially if we want these people to work, create businesses and jobs, as you have rightly said. And the baby steps have been made. There is room for improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we should give a round of applause to the speaker, and thank you very much. Thank you. So that brings us to an end to this session, and Dr. Rufaro Madagadze is going to take over, and we proceed from there. Now, there was this guy from Cornell. You are going to, yeah, good. Thank you.
Good morning. Hey, good morning. It's still morning. I'm used to preaching with people saying amen, so good morning again. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We're moving into a different session. Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick or Corey. I actually call him young man. Sorry to call you young man in a meeting. He is really visionary, and I loved the presentation that you made. Can I have 1 minute to add something? We started the programs, and the programs were moving well. What is lacking is sustainability, and that sustainability cannot come from donors. The sustainability needs to come from our own governments. I think as we move, how do we ensure that the catalytic nature of the investments that were made are taken up by the government? So this we can use as the introduction to our next session, which is going to talk about leveraging opportunities for the training of modern plant breeders in Africa for Africa. I used to lead a program in Agra called which one? You see, as an electoral commission, you have too many things to deal with. I used to lead a program called Education for Africa's Crop Improvement, which was a $50 million program which funded a lot of these programs when they started. And Eric gets angry at me all the time because he says, how can you have a baby and then drop the baby? But also, we need to look at when you have a baby, how long do you stay with the baby in the house? If the baby is 18 years old, do you stay with them? If they are 30-year-old, do you stay with them? So we need to look at, this session is looking at what are the opportunities that are there? How do we coordinate? How do we ensure that we are strengthening the plant breeding education in Africa? I know we started all these little programs all over the place, and I am super proud of the work we did. But how do we sustain it? How do we move it forward? How do we continue the work? I know a lot of the people who are coming to speak today will speak to us about all these things. So the major topics for discussion for this time are the roles and functions of plant breeding in agriculture and food and nutrition security, the current status of plant breeding and seed system education, the interventions that are needed to improve this plant breeding education, and what is the nexus between the international research agenda, the industries, the national needs in plant breeding and education, and how do we sustain the funding. And if we are lucky, we need to actually come up with a roadmap for leveraging opportunities, or at least some ideas of how do we start leveraging the opportunities for the improvement of plant breeding education. So to help me with this discussion, I have a high-level panel. which I am going to call. And as I call you, please run to the front. I know a lot of us are middle-aged plus, but run to the front and come and sit. We have Professor Eric Dangwa. He is running, the Professor of Plant Genetics and the founding director. He calls himself the founding director of WASI, the West Africa Center for Crop Improvement, the first ever president of the African Plant Breeding Association, and a highly passionate plant breeder educator in Africa. Thank you. The next person I'm calling is Professor Moez Amri. He is an international scientist. He's worked in CG and a professor of plant breeding and genetics at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University and our local organizing committee director. He got us all here in one piece or in mostly many of our pieces. So thank you. Thank you so much. The next person we kind of, I have the Shona word for it, we kind of jumed today because I didn't want a panel of only men, is Dr. Damaris Odeni. I bulldozed her, persuaded her to come because I've seen so many panels here that are full of men without a single woman. Dr. Damaris is my new friend. She's a cluster leader for genomics, pre-breeding, bioinformatics at ICRISAT based in India. She is a plant molecular breeder with global experience. She's been worked in the US, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa. So this is a bundle of experience right here. Thank you. Then Professor John Derera. This one is almost like my son. But he is the Senior Director and Global Leader for Plant Breeding in the CGIR and is based at IITA in Ibadan. He has been an academic training PhD plant breeders in South Africa. He has been a commercial plant breeder leading the SEEDCO breeding programs. And you know, I loved the way SEEDCO brands itself. They are not ashamed. They say we want to be the best seed company in Africa. They are bold, so we are expecting that boldness here, and is in the CG. Thank you. And we have welcome. We have Professor Giles Oroyd. Did I say it right? This professor of plant breeding at Cambridge University. I heard him speak yesterday for the first time, and I thought, wow, Cambridge is here. Thank you, thank you. So we are going to hear from various speakers, and we have Dr. Swidik Mugerwa. I don't know him. He's the Deputy DG for NARO and one of the best NARs in sub-Saharan Africa. I know we are not going to have war, but if you are from NARO, give us a shout to show that you are one of the best CGs in Africa, NAS researchers in Africa. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, since they have finished all the seats, I am going to stand. So what we are going to do is I have a few questions for them, but because I want the audience to interact with them as well, so I will ask you all the questions I wanted to ask you, and you speak in 3 to 5 minutes, then we can have, so that we have time for the audience. Is that okay? I need agreement, okay? Okay. So I'm going to start with Eric. my friend. Eric, what is the importance of plant breeding for agriculture, food and nutrition security, and how has this evolved in Africa? You are the Africa Food, what food prize? You won the Africa Food Prize at the AGRF in Rwanda, so we need you to tell us how does this work, and what are some of the major achievements of various interventions to improve plant breeding education in Africa. You have worked with the AGRA funding, you have worked with ACE, you have worked with other donors, so just tell us in 3 minutes. I am very good at timing people.
Right, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Let me acknowledge the insightful presentation from the Executive Secretary of Reform. I think he made our work very easy. I just want to highlight 3 instances in time that changed the face of plant breeding globally. One is go to mid-19th century in the United States of America. A number of land-grant universities were established. The first was Kansas State University. If you look at the early part of the mid-19th century, maize yields on average in the US were around 1 to 2 tons per hectare. Fast forward, hybrid maize came into the picture, and Americans were getting about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tons per hectare. Elsewhere in the US, on average, you can get about 20 tons per hectare with irrigation. So you can immediately see that, of course, innovations have brought about new varieties which can give farmers what they want in their fields. We can talk about the Green Revolution and look at the work of Norman Borlaug, giving hope to farmers in Asia and Southern America. New rice varieties, new maize varieties, giving high yields, expected yields you get in the fields. Today in Thailand, in Vietnam, every farmer gets above 5 tons per hectare. On average, some get around 5.86 tons per hectare. And for me, these are the kinds of yields, and these are resilient varieties. These are the kinds of yields that you expect in your fields. Come back home to Africa. I believe those of you who have been around for a long time would have read FAO reports in the early 2000s. 2001, 2002, 2003, through 2006. Of course, if you read the World Development Report in 2008, it did suggest that Africa did not have the human capital to develop its genetic resources. That was a sad story. You look in farmers' fields, of course, in a number of crops, maize, on average, 1.5 tons per hectare. Some even don't get 1 ton per hectare in maize. Some people use unadapted varieties imported from abroad, and the varieties totally fail in their fields. I met with farmers in Rome quite recently. They are crying for innovations that we need to put in their hands. You look at the population in Africa, Ghana would have an additional 5 million mouths to feed in the next 7 years. So it means we cannot do business as usual. We need to give farmers new varieties. On average, we need to take farmers to about 10 tons per hectare. And we have some varieties that we have developed, for example, at Waki, which give about 10 tons per hectare. But these varieties are not in farmers' hands. So it means we have to change the game. In a range of crops like rice, we have Dr. Maxwell Asante here. He will tell you the potential is around 3-4 tons per hectare, but farmers don't get 2 tons per hectare in their fields. It means we need to build resilience into the crop plants that Africans depend on. And we are talking about adaptability to the disease and pest, and also, of course, abiotic stress is very, very important. The population is going to shoot up in the next few years. Africa's population is going to double. It has implications for totally new varieties. I'm saying we need about rices that give minimum, on average, in farms across Africa, 6 tons per hectare. How do we get it? We have to change the varieties that we give to farmers. So we need new varieties which are resilient, which are nutritious, and which are productive in farmers' fields. Just a minute. We can do this if we change the game and ensure that we have breeding programs that meet expectations. We need to do this in real time, meaning we have to embrace modern technologies in developing new varieties for farmers. I'll come to the capacity challenge. I hope I can. So I highlight a number of things that we need to do. But of course, more important is the investments in plant breeding should come, and the human capital should have the knowledge and skills to collaborate to put varieties which can stand drought and, of course, biotic stresses, so farmers can get minimum in all crops yields that will take them home and to the markets. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. It's on? Thank you so much, Eric. I thought you would speak for an hour. The nice thing about this panel is we have a lot of professors, so it's going to be a ride to make sure they speak for just 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you. Eric, one thing you said, that we need to do things differently. I did an analysis of WASI graduates. 80% of them worked on drought. What other different things can you do, really?
A number of things that we can do. First, I want us to look at the environments in which the scientists work. And I have been advising global partners, our development partners, that never put a project in a country where the governments are not serious, the governments are not prepared to contribute to infrastructure and capacity development. And I had the privilege of visiting fields in Niger, in Mali, in Ghana, in Senegal, across West Africa. In fact, I was in Malawi, a number of places. You go there and you see, for example, it is like these students come to WACI, which I believe is one of the best graduate schools on earth for developing plant scientists for Africa. But assume you have one who goes to an environment. For example, one of our graduates is now working at IBES in Aberystwyth. So it's like you put a maize seed in sand, that is Africa for you, and you put the maize seed in good soil. What do you expect? So let's create the environment that allow African scientists to show that they are some of the best scientists in the world. For me, African governments have failed. It is ludicrous. For example, you look at my own country, the national strategy we call Planting for Food and Jobs. I called the consultant who developed that strategy. There was not $1 for R&D. How can we look forward in a country that does not invest in research and development?
Thank you.
I want to speak to the African Union Commission and let them, they are not policy, but they are science development. They should talk to the African Union that we are joking in Africa. And until we rise up to expectations, perhaps 2030, 2063, we will still be thinking about food and nutrition security.
Thank you, Eric. I was almost cutting you then. Thank you. I know it's a passionate area. So one of the things that we need to look at is the ecosystem that I think Patrick talked about. So that's important. I'm moving on to Professor Moyes. How do you, so I will give you 3 to 5 minutes to answer all the questions. How do you see the way forward to accelerate plant breeding education in Africa? I don't think of Morocco as mainly African because you are close to the north. How do we fill the gap of technological needs? What concrete approaches can we do to make sure that we improve and accelerate plant breeding education in Africa?
Thank you. I would say Morocco is in North Africa, but North Africa is part of Africa. So, what we have as a vision for UM6P is from Africa to Africa. That means it is an African institution, but also it is dealing with African challenges when it comes to food and nutritional security. So this is to be, but it could play the position that, I mean, Morocco has, and closer to the north, it could be one bridge between the north and, I mean, the south when it comes to technology transfer and capacity building. Coming to the question, I would say is how we can move forward in accelerating the genetic gain and accelerating the breeding education. I think bringing all the breeders, or I mean, most of the breeders in such conference, APBA is one of the good initiatives to bring all scientists coming from the CGR system, but also the NARS, the regional, centers could be the first step to deal with and then to discuss about these challenges. And I would say that the first thing that we need to tackle here is somehow the how we can boost and make robust breeding programs in Africa that could deal with African challenges. I would say that the solution to meet the challenges for Africa need to be homemade solution. That means a solution with Africans, developed with African institutions in collaboration with other international institutions. And to meet that, we need to strengthen somehow the NARS programs. And then it starts from building capacities at the NARS level. In such way, I think there is these, the international institutions, all with regional institutions, WACI is playing a key role in that, so in building these capacities. The second one is collaboration, which is a key component here for moving forward in terms of accelerating the breeding program. So collaboration is key component. Also, it brings also expertise from the north, but also it brings funding. The third one, is research infrastructure. And I always say also developing technology, and then when you talk about technology, it's not the tool, but varieties, development of varieties is technology. So, and the development of technology need to be done or developed in the African continent, meeting the African expectation and conditions, and taking into consideration all the, agroecologies. So in this regard, I think we need to strengthen and then have solutions from Africa to Africa. All with this is somehow policies. I don't like to interfere there. One of the colleagues here said, if we ask about what is the most important constraint for Africa when we come to the development, of these new technologies, especially I'm talking with breeders, it is not like drought, it is not salinity, it is not, even if acidity or soil acidity, plant nutrition issues, it is policies. So you need to have good policies to bring what it is developed by breeders or centers or NARS to the farmer field. So, and this brings us to the seed system and then how we can accelerate to have impact in the farmer field. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, that is very insightful. Policies. Dr. Godfrey, I think a lot of these things are coming back to you. We need to really think about it. What are the policies? What is the infrastructure needed? But I have to applaud UM6P University, because I had your age and I'm seeing all this infrastructure and I'm thinking, wow, you are so young, but you have gotten all this infrastructure. Maybe in another conversation we should ask, how did you do it to help the others here?
But for sure, it's not to me. There is many other people
Okay.
who can respond.
All right. I'm going to switch to my neighbor here. Hi. This is Dr. Swidik Mugerwa, the Deputy Director, DG of NARO. So, Dr. Mugerwa, you're from NAS. What provisions are needed for NAS to advance modern plant breeding education? And also based on your comparative advantage. I know Namlonge really helped Makerere University. I remember when I went to start talking to Richard Edema about the program at Mercy, I got to Makerere, there was one plant breeder. I said, how do you supervise 10 MSCs? So we went to Namlonge. How can we strengthen that? And what is needed to put in NAS to actually make sure that support to education by NAS is strong?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. I'm actually an animal nutritionist, and I've enjoyed listening to plant breeders. I've taken note as an animal nutritionist that little advances have been made in the area of pasture and forages. That is my take-home message as an animal nutritionist. And I would want to encourage the plant breeders here to dedicate more effort and research in the area of forage and pasture breeding. I further encourage the experts here to consider inviting animal breeders in the next conference such that we are able to interact on the aspects of plant and livestock breeding. With that, moderator, I want to say that there are a number of provisions which we can tap into to advance the science of plant breeding in the academia, and one of them is to embrace the aspect of partnerships. We have talked about the aspect of partnership. I've already mentioned it in my opening remarks. We need to work as one team for a collective agenda. I want to see a plant breeding pipeline being championed by a private sector, which we call private sector-led plant breeding system. We want to recognize the private sector to be at the core front of determining plant breeding objectives and goals, and we want to attract them and entice them to fund this pipeline such that at the end of the day, whatever we get is able to trickle to the farmers. So I want to see the research, the NAS, the academia, and the private sector working strongly together to see that we have a comprehensive, plant breeding pipelines, which is inclusive of all the sectors and all the stakeholders within the pipeline. So to me, harnessing existing partnerships and linkages between research institutions, between the academia, and then co-creating and co-designing an inclusive plant breeding pipeline is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. You moved us to the next level, for sure, for an animal nutritionist. Thank you so much. the partnerships are critical. I can tell you firsthand, if we didn't have partnerships with NAS and CG, all these breeding education programs would have failed. And I think those guys who lead them know that for sure. My next speaker is Dr. Damaris. We are moving a bit to the CG. What kind of conversation can the CG centers and the industries have with the universities to promote modern education in plant breeding? How can CG centers effectively support plant breeding education in Africa? I think we had what is her name? I know ICRISAT has just signed into the CG, but what kind of partnerships can we have? And I think there was a lady from Zimbabwe, the CG, your boss, John, who talked about the new way of building capacity for NAS. That would be interesting. Maybe it will come to you. But what can we do?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, so I think one of the things that will be really critical for the CGIAR to enhance support, because they've been supporting the NAS or the universities that are training the breeders. But I think it's really important, first and foremost, that the CG understands how the universities work. And I think the conversation around meeting the universities at their level would be really important, and also try to learn from the universities. I think maybe in the past, the conversation probably has been one way where can the CG support, but I think we are going to a stage where there is so much that the universities can provide support to the CG as well. So it should be at equal levels. The CG needs to understand the universities, the programs, be engaged in the designing of the curriculum. The CG has the advantage of seeing things at an international angle, so to be able to provide opportunity to the trainees to have access to that international experience, but also in small things like when there is these very advanced technologies, to be able to broker discussions with probably the private sector. I think one of the interesting discussions going on at the moment is the genome editing and the IP around it. How can the NARS or the universities still be able to train students who are able to have access to these kinds of technologies despite the patents that are involved? So be able to broker those discussions, but at the same time to be able to provide avenue for the students or the PhD students to have access to the technologies that they have. An example that I will give is, ICRISAT just recently signed an agreement with RSIF, which is hosted at ICIPE, and most of the RSIF students are here. It's not something that is new. I mean, we've always done that, but I mean, we are intending to be able to do that a lot more, so that you have a student who is registered at Makerere University or at WAKI, they can do their coursework there. Scientists from ICRISAT can go and provide lectures there, but ICRISAT can also have access to the lectures that they give there, because we do need to learn from them as well. But the students then get to come and spend time at ICRISAT to be able to have access to all the technologies that we have, and if there's something that we still need to leverage from the private sector, then they should be able to have access as well, based on the relationship that we have with the private sector. And then we also have to acknowledge that, breeding is not what it was several years ago. I think most of our programs are still at breeding 1.0, yet we are looking at breeding 2.0. And we need to be thinking about, okay, how can we leverage all these genomes that we are sequencing, that we are actually utilizing them in the programs? How can we leverage artificial intelligence? How can we leverage all sorts of innovations? And we are not going to start thinking about them when maybe the North are all done with them, which is what we did with the molecular markers, for example. We need to start thinking about what is the trend and how can we leverage that and introduce them into the curriculum now, so that in the next 10 years, we actually have these fully implemented in our programs. And coming to the question of how can the CG support plant breeding education, I already mentioned providing access to laboratories, but there needs to be a lot more engagement of scientists in the universities. Let there be a program where these scientists from the CG centers are regularly providing lectures and engaged in assessing the progress in those universities, so that we're not just looking at CG as that island where things are functioning, but then at the real level where the students are, it doesn't work. But I think one of the things that we really need to pay attention to is the quality of publications that we are giving out there. And because of all the several predatory journals out there, and also sometimes there's a little bit of push from the university to publish more so that you have promotion to become to the next level. Sometimes we avoid looking at the quality of the publications we put out there, and then it actually reduces the quality of the work that we've done, even though we did very good work, and we could have just done a little bit more, but then we throw it out. And I think that's also one of the areas where the CG can actually really provide support in terms of maybe getting involved in looking at the quality of the publications before they are done. Thank you.
I know Eric is refusing, but thank you so much. Thank you for those suggestions. I know there was a start with a lot of the Nigerian students from WASI, almost best at IITA. So that started. The issue is still, can we get IITA people to WASI? Can we get ICRISAT people to Makerere, things like that? So, but one thing I want to also agree with Eric, some of these academics are really good scientists. So maybe I like the double, we collaborate, that's good. So I want to move to John. Our time is really flying. I don't know why the time is moving so fast. John, I'm gonna pin you down on the private sector. How do we relate international research agenda, the industry's needs, and national needs in terms of plant breeding and seed systems in Africa? You can speak about it from IITA, from SIDCO. Then I know for you it's easy. You moved from the university to private sector to CG. What are the lessons that you learned along the way to suggest a roadmap for modern plant breeding education in Africa? So my expectation is high in 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Rufaro. I hope I'll be able to do that in 3 minutes. As you can see, it's a lot of things to put together. But maybe what I start off is to look at the agenda for international research, the industry, and also the national needs. when I look at it with different comparative advantages, so if we come together and share our strength, and then we all focus in our areas of comparative advantage, we can be able to come up with effective development of the infrastructure, the people, and the systems that are required us to drive the plant breeding agenda in Africa. When I look at it, I'm sure you're talking to me saying I can connect to what my managing director said here yesterday when Sonia was talking about what we are doing. When I look at the strength that is there in the industry, that is there in the CGs, the national programs, we decided last year to meet in Nairobi to do the Sub-Saharan Africa dialogue, and later on we did another one in North Africa to critically listen to each other, and then we understand really what are the national needs that are there, that are required. I think that was the first point of departure. We also invited the centers of excellence, where the universities represented here in that communication. So the first part is to get that understanding coming out clearly so that we can come up with the agenda. But what was missing in that is the farmer representatives. One element that we have made success, I can speak for the ACCI program, and I can also comment on the WACI, because I was involved in that. What made us manage to get the breeders that we've retained in Africa? It was the model whereby the training was done in South Africa, for example, for 2 years. And then they moved for 3 years to conduct their research in the home environment. The objective there was to subject the student to the logistics that they would face when they graduate, to the teams that they would work with when they graduate. So we integrated in the setting that they had to evolve with the logistics. In our analysis then, 80% of the effort of an African plant breeder is solving logistical challenges about planting, about getting the vehicle to the field, fixing irrigation. So that is a bearing on curriculum as well. The African breeder is also an engineer. But then we say, you can't be everything and you cannot do everything. So I bring in the private sector example. The strength of the private sector system is the internal collaboration system. That the way they are trained is that you are a plant breeder. Yes, you are trained on so many disciplines, but a plant breeder alone will not move the seed from their plots to the farmer's plot, because the definition of performance in the private sector is impact. Are we selling? You've been here for 10 years. We're not selling anything that we have developed. Then you can even lose your job. But for you to get something into the field, it takes more than one value chain. So the training is good to reflect that. Don't train the breeder alone. If you trained the technicians, the research associates that would work with the breeders. But what matters most is an element that we often overlook, the relationship management. In any collaboration model, if you not do well on relationship management, you not achieve anything. So it's the value system that the private sector drives. So, but what are we doing to address that? I'll come to that. Please give me a minute to bring in that. What we are doing currently in collaboration with our NAS and the private sector, we are launching a public-private platform. We're putting a platform that helps us to coordinate this collaboration of the public breeding programs in both CG and NAS and the private sector in understanding how we can call our strength, focus on our comparative advantages, and be able to support plant breeding. But not plant breeding alone. It works with other disciplines. That was my question for Patrick. If I had the chance to ask, was to say, all these centers of excellence have done so well in plant breeding, but they cannot put the variety in the farmer's field alone. What have we done, the complementary disciplines that are going to work with the breeders to move varieties in the field? And how are we going to drive the soft skills and the value system? He talked about SIDCO, who always said, we're internal facing, but we're not shy also to say the same thing to the audience that will dominate the seed business in Africa. But how we had an effective internal collaboration system that enabled us to put the variety in the farmer's field. And that's how we measured our success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like to dominate the African seed systems in Africa. I think I should take that as my own motto also in my field. Thank you so much, John. I loved the internal collaboration. I loved the PPP thing that you are looking at. Is it possible to include these Africa centers in your PPP? Then we narrow the coordination that Patrick was talking about. Food for thought. You can come back and answer that a little later. I want to move to Professor Giles. Eric is always bragging about Cambridge. So I am so happy Cambridge is here. So what kinds of partnerships can universities in Europe and North America have with African institutions to improve plant breeding education on the continent? What can the modalities of these partnerships look like? When we started, we had partnerships with Cornell, we had partnership with UC Davis, all kinds of partnerships, but the partnerships only lasted if there was someone else putting money. How can we make sure we have long-lasting partnerships?
Okay, thank you. Very interesting discussion. I hope I'm not too contentious. So I want to pick up on what Dr. Okori said about African-led and African-owned, and also reflecting on what he presented, which is a fantastic journey and a real transformation in the number of PhDs that are working in the plant breeding sector. But as Dr. Okori said, it needs to move beyond simply student-led projects into visionary, internationally leading scientific programs. And there's an awful lot of technology that is being developed and becoming routine in labs in Europe and North America that remain inaccessible to most plant breeders working in Africa. We've been doing CRISPR now for about 8 or 9 years, and I suspect it's going to be another decade before CRISPR becomes routinely accessible to plant breeders in Africa. To change and to tackle the challenges that we face here in Africa, it really does need to be African-owned and African-led. But that means actually really stepping up. You can't be 20 years behind the latest technology. You can't be waiting because that doesn't stand still. Technology is moving forwards when we're always trying to innovate and keep up with the latest technologies and implement those technologies into our research. So I think it's continuing the journey that you're currently on. There has been a transformation in the number of PhDs that are in the plant breeding sector. Now I want to see the transformation in the number of scientific international leaders that are sitting in Africa, that stand on their own 2 feet, on their own justification, that are the go-to names of people working in the fields of agricultural sciences, that stand equal to any other international scientist within plant and agricultural sector. So how do you get from here to that place? And I think, I see too much the African position is to implement the research, but actually, I would like to see the sort of programs that I lead, funded by philanthropy, to actually be led much more out of Africa instead of being led out of Europe and North America for the justification of research in Africa. Actually, we need to turn that around, and programs like ENSA actually be led out of Africa for Africa, Africa-owned and Africa-led. I was reflecting on a country that's done this, and actually within my lifetime, I would say China has done that transformation. 30 years ago when I started in the lab, China was very far behind on scientific innovation. They are now completely leading. I mean, they're putting us into the shade now. I see my major competition now is mostly in China. And how they did that They focused on their home institutions. They made sure that their home institutions could accommodate world-leading science. The government very seriously invested in R&D at home, and I think African governments have to step up. But the other thing that they weren't scared about, they left a lot of the training to the rest of the world. Most Chinese who are now world-leading scientists in China were actually trained in Europe and North America. And there was a vast number of Chinese scientists that went off, and they were actually encouraged by the governments to go away and be trained. And then but the government made sure that where they had something to come back to. They had labs where they could actually get enzymes, they could do the technologies, they had the equipment, that everything was in place. I mean, I look at this institution, it seems like exactly that kind of institution, a place that people want to come back to and can actually compete on a global stage and bring the sort of technologies. There aren't enough of those institutions in Africa. Now, I think sitting in Cambridge, what can I do to facilitate that transformation? I think probably more than anything, it's mentorship. It's mentoring the scientists. It's not, I've come to Africa and I've done week-long or 2-week training courses, and I fear that most of those students disappear to their home institutions, and I've taught them something that they can't possibly do at the home institution because they don't have access to enzymes. They don't have access to the consumables. So this model of European and American institutions coming in and training you in CRISPR, and then thanks very much, after 1 or 2 weeks training, we'll see you again in a year's time. I don't think that's helpful or useful. I think it's actually a waste of everybody's time. I actually think that I do capacity building all the time. I don't call it capacity building. I train students, I train postdocs all the time, but we do it in the context of a scientific program that I lead, not the students lead, but that I lead. And I have the vision of where we're going, and I train students in that context. I think that is the point that I think Africa needs to graduate to. Far more international scientific leaders tackling the latest technologies. And I think probably the thing that I can offer the most is mentorship for those leaders.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our time is really, really, really running. Can we chew into your tea time for 5 minutes? Okay. So we have heard them, and they have spoken. Now it's your turn. Questions. And in my former life, I think you figured out, I used to be a professor. I hate compositions. So if you are asking a question to the point, we don't want to know the whole history behind. We want, what question are you asking to who? Is that okay? Okay. All right. I need help with a moving mic. 1, or if you keep your hand up, then I will remember. 1, 2, 3, for now. 4. Okay, we start with those 4 questions. Please specify. Please, let's not do questions where everyone has to answer, because we don't have time.
The question I have, my name is Richard Edema from Makerere University, Massey. The question I have is regarding funding for education. And I think that is a really big drawback. Even for all these centers that are coming in, the issue of where we're going to get investment going to education has been challenging. I know our governments try to put things, but we also need to get ways in which all these things we're trying to do will really get the adequate funding. How best can we arrange this?
So, Richard, hey, I said, ask a question to who? Now, who do you want to answer?
Let me ask that to my colleague, Eric.
Okay. Let's take all the 4 questions, then we have answers. We had a hand somewhere up here. Oh no, the mic is not moving fast enough. Sorry. So if your hand was up, keep it up so that we see you.
I'm Malaku Gadil from IIT Ibadan. To make it quick, in the past 2 days, we have seen that plant breeding needs a lot of other disciplines to support plant breeding. Modernizing plant breeding requires bioinformatics capacity, data management, analytics, and a lot of things. But that capacity, we cannot build it in every institution in Africa, as you know. Is there a plan where APBA or any other authorities can help develop sub-regional facilities? For example, like Beka in the East Africa. Can we have something like Beka in West Africa? Can we have bioinformatics center of excellence? Or can we build upon the existing capacities like phenomics in this university? Can it be accessed by others? Can they put resources into it and use it? Something like that. Thank you.
Okay, how many questions did you ask?
It's just one question, like how can we have shared facilities for different disciplines in sub-regionally?
Okay, thank you. I think Moes is ready to answer, and John Derera is ready to say something.
Yeah.
Wait. We had another question there. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Izzat Tahir. I am from Agriculture Research Corporation, Sudan. I am a product of a long training course hands-on training course at CIMIT. And I really blame that this kind of training, I'm not talking about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even 1 month, 2 months, a hands-on training which has been created during the Borno time is now missing. Actually, I encourage you, because we have a lot of, I know that Icarda, CIMIT, others are doing it, but we need the funds to do it in a better way, because we have to have hands-on, not only plant breeders. I support the guy that not only the plant breeders, all the supporting staff is very important, and also we need also to initiate such kind of training, which is very much related to our, I like the Cambridge philosophy, that we train people what they can do back home, not on something which is beyond the capacity of the institute they are coming from. I really appreciate if UM6B, and this is for you as a very innovative institute, and for the CG, that they lead this one and they think of it and train, please train, long training. Yeah, sorry, long training. I was trying to get this opportunity maybe through the 3 days ago. But sorry.
So now you
thank you very much. But this is the message, because we have a lot of young scientists who have not been trained well in the field, and we need to train them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we answer those ones quickly? We start, there's another one. We start with Eric.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, thanks. I think the question from Richard is a simple one. I agree with Giles that there has to be African leadership in the agricultural sciences, and we have taken that up. Last week we were talking to the FAO about how to create a new opportunity for us to lead in the area of training scientists in Africa for Africa. The model in China worked because the Chinese went and returned. We have shown over 6 decades that that model will not work in Africa. Thanks to the World Bank, we have initiated the African Centers of Excellence project, which is working. Reforum and us in 2017 rolled out a new project called Strengthening Higher Agricultural Education in Africa. In fact, it was almost about to be funded when there was a change in the leadership of the World Bank. We have to revisit that. We are calling for a new program. And we can collaborate with the CGIAR and also the advanced institutions to put together a platform that allows us to access all the expertise that we need to launch a program that allows us to train the Africans in Africa for Africa. When you look at, for example, WACI, we have about 7 key scientists who can become some of the top scientists in the world. The problem is AGRA has run away from capacity. A number of institutions are running away from capacity. Our governments are not investing in education. How can these scientists become as good as Giles? It's just about the environment, because the Africans trained in those environments. Some of us were the first to use molecular markers to tag genes of economic importance. You go back to your country, there's not a single lab. How can you become a leader? So the problem is, let's fix Africa, and Africa will become #1 in the world.
Thank you.
Nice message from Eric, the grand patron, yeah, as he used it to say. Getting back to two questions, I think, from Azet and the other colleague. Again, so the Phenoma platform that we have here is, and then coming back to the message from my friend and colleague Michel yesterday during his keynote address, this platform is a Moroccan platform, but also African platform. That means it is built to serve the Moroccan ecosystem, but also the African ecosystem. And it is from Africa to Africa. Michel, he presented yesterday the landscape. There is very few modest platforms, phenotyping. This one is unique. And then it will be really dedicated for research in partnership and collaboration with all African institutions, all with the CGR system. 2 weeks ago, I think our Dean, Bruno, he was leading the signing of an agreement with 1CG that will cover, I think, 100 PhD students over the next few years.
You have to clap for that, 100
yeah,
PhD.
And then it is 100, yeah. So they will start with 10, and then it is fully funded PhD students that will be trained here at UM6P and then do part of the research at UM6P. Maybe Bruno or Mustafa, who is here, I see there, they can give more information on that. The next question, I think, also, when we talk about the challenges for Africa, I think we need to talk about somehow coming back to the theme of the conference, leveraging the genetic gain in the wake of global shocks. The whole world went through 2 very really challenging experiences. The first one is COVID-19. The second one is the war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. And then this is when we designed the theme. We took these 2 really global shocks. The continent that was the most affected, impacted by these 2 is the African continent. And I think what was done during the last 70 years in terms of investment was, I think it was not enough. And then we should somehow get into an assessment. The assessment brings back to, do we need to continue as we did so far for the 70 last years, or we need to redesign, putting focus on the major crops. My colleague Michel used it to say the big 5 or big 6, wheat, rice, and others, or we need to get back to the specificity of Africa with what we call underutilized, forgotten, orphan crops. And then I think with a global, just 1 minute and then we will finish, The
30
big
seconds,
initiative of
please.
VAX is good initiative that brings back this to how we can benefit from these forgotten crops, underutilized crops for Africa. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for taking that much time.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
One more person speaking, then I'm quite sure we are wrapping it up before we are chased from the stage. John, you were supposed to answer a question from somewhere. Or if you have forgotten the question.
No, I think it's about capacity sharing, if
Yeah.
I can recall. Yeah, I think it's a very important question, and that is the core of what we are trying to achieve by establishing this public-private partnership platform. We would like to understand what do our partners want to do, and where do we have local capacity, and where do we want to leverage global resources and knowledge to achieve that. I will be talking to these universities and say, where do you want to be complemented by the global resources coming from the private sector? Not only in the north, but also in the south, coming from Cambridge. So can we build a partnership, public-private, for plant breeding education? So it will come from the needs assessment, but that's what we're trying to do. But when we look at infrastructure, we, in collaboration, that is the CGs and the NAS, we are developing about 15 stations across Africa. And these 15 stations that we are resourcing and developing are already available online. You can find which station is doing what capacity is there. But when we install these improvements, we know there are challenges. How are we going to sustain, install, operate, and maintain? Where do we get global or local resources that can come and complement this? A good example that I want to give that we did with CIMIT in Zimbabwe. When we were mechanizing in Sidco, CIMIT was also mechanizing it in their Zimbabwe station. We both bought combined harvesters from Wintersteger, but there is no local maintenance support. So we shared the resources to bring engineers to Zimbabwe every year. CIMIT paid for the ticket. Once the engineer landed in Harare, Sidco took over the requirements for the engineer. That was sharing capacity. When you look at genotyping in Sidco, we say we can only build a smaller lab. But as soon as we move to this, our partners in France will come in and do that. So that's what we are trying to say. If we come together with our partners, understand the needs, the platform becomes the matchmaker. That's what we're trying to do with that platform.
Thank
so
you.
We'll be discussing and see how we can make the platform more appropriate to the needs of our partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was very packed, and the time has really run away from us. But I want to, the three other people have spoken. I want to put the three people who haven't said anything the last minute on the spot. You tell us in 30 seconds what policy issue needs to be changed to improve plant breeding education in Africa. So we start with Damaris. One policy thing that needs to change. We go to Giles. If you can think of a policy thing that needs to change, and then we end with you. 30 seconds, please. Now I am even standing. And as we are prepared to close, I am asking Matthew Abraham to be on standby to come and share your survey too. Is Matthew Abraham around? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, my 30 seconds. Individual African governments need to increase their allocation of funding to capacity building. Yeah, thank you.
I think I was going to say the same thing. It needs to be a step up from national governments to support R&D in the sector.
I am in agreement, but in addition to the NAS, they need to prioritize three things in the NAS system. One is plant breeding infrastructure development. Number two, developing research human resource capacity in the NAS. And number three, developing a sustainable fund to fund plant breeding activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As they stand to leave, I want to, please, you have to clap for them. They have done an amazing job. And your clapping is not stopping until everyone is seated. So you continue clapping until they sit down. So one of the things that really forced AGRA not to continue funding the PhD and MSc programs was we would train people. They would go back to the country. The salary was atrocious. There's no infrastructure to do the work. So that ecosystem thing we've been talking about, it needs to be looked at. I don't know if the Slido thing is still working. Do you know if the Slido thing is still working, Kevin? Oh, it stopped, okay. I wish it was still working because I think we need a one answer thing to say, how can we motivate for our governments to start doing something big? I'm going to introduce Dr. Matthew Abraham from Tata Cornell University to share something. Thank you. And please give me a round of applause for doing a good job.
I'll take only about 5 to 6 minutes of your time. So what I wanted to talk to you about was we are doing a survey in collaboration with APB, with the Africa Plant Breeders Association. And my name is Matthew Abraham. I'm from the Tata Cornell Institute of Cornell University. Cornell University is a member of and leads the program on institutional capacity building through the Feed the Future project. And as part of the project, Tata Cornell Institute is doing a study on institutional capacity. So what we want to do through this survey is to understand the status of plant breeding in Africa. And so what this really will help us do is try to understand the resource needs and the institutional constraints that goes on. So in the past 3 days, we've been hearing a lot about institutional gaps, institutional challenges, and we want an effective way to look at what these are. And in order to do this, we are planning to do a survey, and this survey will help us get an overview of plant breeding resources on the continent. Second, what it will do is it will help us understand how crop improvement goals are set and achieved by breeding programs. And third, of course, we want to gauge the adaptability of breeding programs to achieve goals that are in line with changing food security needs. So most of you know what ILSI is. It's the Feed the Future program for Innovation Lab for Crop Improvement. The mandate of this program, funded by the USDA, is to build capacity among NAR's partners. We work with 19 breeding programs in 10 countries, and 8 of these countries are in Africa. And so what is this survey? So this survey fundamentally is a 10 to 15-minute survey on various plant breeding programs across crops. And what we want is we want to assess the modern, plant breeding tools, technologies, and methods that are used. And what I want to emphasize is, your responses will be really important because it fills up a very, very important gap. So I would plead with you to participate in this particular initiative. This will give valuable insights into the potential and challenges faced by plant breeding programs in Africa. Second, the results are going to be anonymous, but we will be sharing all these the findings that we have with the Plant Breeding Association, with the donor community, the international research community. And additionally, if you participate in this research and you would like to know where your breeding program stands with respect to the other participating breeding programs, we will send you a short report on where you stand. So please take the 10 to 15-minute time to do this survey. And I'll just emphasize on how you can participate. If you scan this QR code, it'll take you to this particular survey, and you can fill it out on your phone. It won't take much time. If you want this survey emailed to you, just use that email that is given there, and the survey can be emailed to you. Additionally, our team members are over here, Greg Traxler and Sage, and they will be passing out flyers with the QR code and other information for you to fill out this, this survey. So it's just 10 to 15 minutes, but the information that you provide will go a really long way in giving us a snapshot of where the breeding program stands on the continent, what are the challenges that exist, and what are the, the diagnostic approaches that we can fundamentally take. This is in line with a lot of things that have been discussed over the past 3 days, and this information will really, really help set the context for the future challenges of plant breeding on the continent. So thank you for your time, and please participate. I urge you to do that, and I really thank you for taking the time to do this. Thank you.
We are now ready for tea. Can we go grab our tea quickly and then move to the parallel sessions that are going on? Please remember, we need you to pay for the membership so that you can vote for your person of choice. It will be a secret ballot, so do not worry about anyone knowing who you vote for. Thank you.
Seated. We'll start in a couple of minutes. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Miguel Sanchez Garcia. I'm the barley breeder of the CGIAR, and it is my pleasure to introduce you the next keynote speaker, my colleague Damaris Odeni. She's a genomic scientist currently leading the genomics, pre-breeding, and bioinformatics cluster at the Accelerated Crop Improvement Program at agri-food. Because we are a bit late, I think, Damaris, if you can take the podium. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Just a disclaimer, this presentation was supposed to start at 10:45. I'm starting it several minutes later, so if we go over time, it's not because I'm not within time, it's just because the program didn't work as we had planned earlier. Yeah, so I have chosen to title my presentation Orphan Crops for Resilience, or Orphan Genomes, for the reasons that you will see as I present. And I do understand that the word orphan is probably not the most politically correct word, but it is easier for me also to pronounce because the other words are underutilized or are forgotten, so they're just a little bit more difficult. So I'll take you through a journey of just trying to understand what we've done with orphan crops, or orphan crops in quotes, in Africa over the last several years, and whether the process of generating whole genome sequences for these orphan crops or underutilized crops has been beneficial or not, and whether we need to rethink how we do this in the future. So as I mentioned, there are so many words that have been used. In fact, Tadele decided to generate a table of all the words that have been used. And these words have either taken opportunity of the moment, maybe were used to attract attention to these wonderful crops, or strategic in one way or the other. So whatever you are comfortable referring to these crops, that's totally fine. But in the context that I'm going to do the presentation today, these are crops that are beneficially important, either for subsistence or they have potential for profit making, and they have been under-researched over the last several years, and for that reason, they lack genomic resources or they have inadequate genomic resources. So for this context, that is how I'm going to define these crops. Now, we have heard so many things about, okay, we need to fund orphan crops or underutilized crops because they are the future for fighting climate resilience, they are nutritious, they are all sorts of things. But in honoring the International Year of Millet, which probably some of you may not be aware that 2023 was declared the International Year of Millet, and I happen to work for ICRISAD, an organization that is also working and promoting most of these millets, I thought the best examples to give about orphan crops and their contribution to especially climate resilience is to talk about millets. And, millets, which are largely C4 plants, it has been demonstrated that they are more efficient at photosynthesis. And sorghum, for example, is just one of those that has been studied a lot for the stay green trait, which confers drought tolerance. And heat tolerance, palm millet, which is also considered an orphan crop, is one of the best heat-tolerant crops ever known. Palm millet has been shown to have a very high thermotolerance index. Also, in terms of waterlogging, most of the millets that have been studied have been shown, as you can see on that slide, you actually see finger millet ends up having better leaf area and better shoot dry weight under waterlogging conditions, and the same with barnyard millet. So these are definitely crops that are likely to contribute to resilience, tolerance to salinity as well. Finger millet is known to be very tolerant to salinity, yet just a fraction of the germplasm has been studied so far. So there's obviously a scope there, and maybe there's truth to what we claim. Something that is really specific to the continent is Striga homonthica, and in studying sorghum and also more recently in finger millet, we've been able to show that they have wild relatives or underutilized land races that contain resistance to Striga homonthica. One of my favorite topics at the moment is biological nitrification inhibition, which has been shown to be a trait that is quite frequent in millets, and especially sorghum has been studied now, and we're just moving into starting some work on millets. Now, this trait is very, very important and very interesting because this is a natural ability of crops that have this trait to be able to produce certain compounds that inhibit the conversion of nitrogen into forms that are not utilized. And we all know that when you apply nitrogen into the soil, most of the time it is not available to the crop because the bacteria or the fungi in the soil convert it into forms that are easily leached and end up contaminating underground water, or they are converted into greenhouse gases. But we have been shown that millets and also some other cereals do have the ability to inhibit that nitrification, then reducing underground water contamination and the production of greenhouse gases. So obviously, in that context, we can say definitely some of the crops that we know as orphan crops have the ability to help us fight some of the global shocks, to enhance climate resilience. So you will see in most of the projects or in publications, you will see justification for enhancing orphan crops because they are going to be able to, we are going to, if we generate resources for them, we're going to accelerate the process of varietal release, and we are going to be able to improve them much faster. So why do I introduce the word orphan genomes? And for the simple reason that over the last 20 years or so, we've had quite a number of genomes generated. And if our justification is that we are generating these resources so that we can improve the rate of varietal release, then are we doing that as we generate all these many reference genomes? And the reason I'm putting a question is, have we ended up in that process generating genomes that we are not utilized? And in that case, are they just orphan genomes, or are we actually generating genomes that are helping us to actually release varieties much faster? So the questions I have that I'll try to address during this presentation is, should we be generating whole genome sequences to address climate resilience in the first place? to what extent are we utilizing the genomes that have been sequenced, whether they were sequenced here in the continent or elsewhere? And could it be that the decision that is made on which crops or often crops to sequence might be not owned locally or not owned in the continent, and for that reason we just go with it, even though maybe we did not have the intention to generate them? And does it matter who makes that decision? Are the efforts coordinated? What are the likely enablers for success? And can we do things differently? So the first question, should we be generating orphan crop genomes? Yes, absolutely, we should. For so many reasons. It will help us understand the crop and the genes. If we say they are resilient, so what are the genes? And we will never know unless we do some decoding of the genomes. It will also help us to develop tools for crop improvement, and it will help us to be more efficient. But above all, of course, I put this last because it's not just the affordability, but yes, genomes have become so much cheaper. As you can see on the screen, we started by spending, like, was it 100 million that we used for generating the sequences for Arabidopsis and rice? Now we can do it for less than $1,000. So, I mean, it's affordable. So, yeah, it's one of the reasons that we do it. If I look back, and I went back about 2 decades, but the first orphan crop genome that was released that is relevant to Africa was actually the sorghum genome. And let me say another disclaimer here. So the word orphan or underutilized also depends on where you are, and it might be orphan here in the continent, it might be orphan in one country and not the other. Now, in this context, I go back several years, and so sorghum right now is not considered an orphan crop. But when the genome was sequenced, at the time, it was sequenced as an orphan crop. The same with pigeon pea and cassava. In fact, for the pigeon pea, the release publication was actually, an orphan crop that is going to change. I mean, the genome sequence that is going to change this orphan crop. So at the time that these crops were sequenced, when their genomes were released, they were actually considered orphan. So I'm going to use that because we've had enough time to be able to assess the likely impact of those genomes that were sequenced at that time. And maybe that experience is going to help us to understand how we handle what we call orphan crops at this point of time in terms of generating genomic sequences or tools for them. Now, partnerships, we've seen from the past that partnerships are actually needed to be able to utilize more efficiently some of these resources that we generate. And we've been talking about it also throughout this conference, like we need partnerships across disciplines, across countries, across continents. The presentation that was given yesterday by Michelle is almost mirroring what I'm going to present today in terms of we have phenotyping work going there independently, but more or less we may also be having genotyping or genomic tool development going on independently. So partnerships are obviously needed. And we saw that when rice reference genome was generated. If you can see from that screen, it included so many countries. They actually divided the different chromosomes to different countries. So most definitely partnerships are needed for good utilization of genomic resources. So some of the questions that have been asked is there too much, is there less of involvement of African scientists in this whole process of generating genomic resources, or specifically in the generation of whole genome sequences? But I think some of the questions we need to ask is, does it matter? Do we need to be involved? Or is it okay if we just utilize them? Because in our case, we just need to utilize them in most of the cases. Clearly, there have been iniquities that have been observed, and I'm showing this paper that was published by Rose Marks in 2021, where she showed, and it was a group of scientists, they were able to show that in the case of Africa, as you can see there, most of the sequences of native African crops have been done off the continent. And that's what you see on the black bar there. And very few actually had African scientists as collaborators, but almost none of them were, actually none of them in the past was led by African scientists themselves. But the question is, as I asked, does it really matter that we get involved in the generation of the sequences themselves? And I give an example here of cassava. So the cassava genome, which was initially released, the resources were released in 2012, and I share that on the screen, the people who were involved in the generation of the cassava genome. And as you can see, there wasn't quite someone from an African institution. Yet, at the moment, cassava is probably the one that has benefited most. And by the way, as Dr. Mba Chikelu mentioned during his keynote on Monday, cassava is not even from Africa. So, I mean, we can't even make that argument that it's native to Africa, so we should have been involved. It's not even native to Africa. But at this point in time, probably it's the best case that we can give where genomic tools have been exploited and now are currently routinely used, and we have varieties that have been released. So at the end of the day, maybe we should ask ourselves, does it even matter that we get involved in these collaborations? Does it even matter that we lead them? Maybe it just matters that we take the opportunity for those that have been released and we exploit them for our purpose. I don't know. I mean, that's a question that you probably should ask yourself. But as I also look at some of the examples that I'm going to give here, maybe at the end of it, we'll figure out whether we do need to get involved or not. So now, going back to the examples that I gave of the first, what was considered then as an orphan crop in 2009 of sorghum, and then another one for pigeon pea. And I apologize to the rest of you because pigeon pea is mostly relevant in East Africa. That's where I come from, so this was a good example for me to give, and as well as cassava. So I just want to see how then have we utilized these genomes that we considered orphan at that time, if we made the justification that we need to sequence them so that we can facilitate the process of varietal improvement. So yeah, it doesn't look so good for sorghum. All the varieties that we've released, they're like more than 90% released through conventional breeding. And even the ones that we've released using markers, we actually used SSRs, which we generated then before the reference genome came to use. However, in the last 2 or 3 years, we've actually used this reference genome a lot to be able to develop quality control markers and also the mid-density panel, thanks to the Excellence in Breeding platform funded by CTEH and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So that's a good example. We've also used the reference genome for trait discovery, and the only thing that I had to confirm this was just looking at the citations of the reference genome for trait discovery, mostly GWAS. We have quite a few, and I restricted this to 10 years so that it's comparable to other crops as well. Now, when we come to pigeon pea, it's even worse. We've not used it even for breeding, but neither have we even used that reference genome for trait discovery. Now, granted, the pigeon pea genome is also very useful in India, and actually, it has been used quite a lot in India. That didn't stop us from utilizing it. We could use it, but we didn't. Obviously, we've now used it in the last several years for the quality control markers and also for the mid-density panel, which is promising. I think we will be using it now. Those tools will be using them for routine breeding. So it does seem like for all those two examples, what we've actually used these reference genomes for is for developing marker tools. And I think the reason why is because this has been made, it's very easy to use. Most of the conventional breeders are able to utilize them without any additional investment. There's also been support from the donors, and they don't really need to have any specialized equipment to be able to implement these. So, as I mentioned earlier, cassava is probably the best example that I'm aware of, and if there's anything else that probably has had a better case, no problem. It's just that for this case, I chose to give now this cassava example, and thanks to Chidozi for most of the information that he was able to give me over the last few days. So if we look at the case of cassava, as I mentioned already, not the whole genome sequence was not really led by Africa. The crop doesn't come from Africa, but the case is it has been better utilized here. We've had 54 cassava varieties released in Nigeria. This is over the years, and I'm highlighting there some of the ones that were released as a result of using molecular tools. So 2 were released even before the reference genome, but now 4 have been released in Nigeria using genomic selection. And yes, they are also doing, they've also developed marker tools, and they have both QC and mid-density panel. So what possibly worked well for cassava? And I also am aware that I'm giving an example where only 4 varieties have been released over a period of 11 years. But this was the best scenario that I was able to find. So it does seem like one of the things is there was already awareness of molecular breeding within the cassava program even before that reference genome was released. So you see, they had those 2 marker-assisted breeding varieties that were released, and this is specific in the context of Nigeria. Maybe there were others also released elsewhere. So we have evidence that there was already awareness on the importance of molecular breeding for cassava. Now, I spent a little bit of time on the next-gen cassava page to be able to just understand what could be going well for them. And one of the things that stood out there is that they have been doing a lot of capacity enhancement in molecular breeding. And it is through postgraduate training. That's long-term training. And like you heard discussion in the morning, is it the short-term trainings that we do, or is it the long-term trainings that eventually have impact? And that's up to you to make the decision, but as you can see, in this case, the Next Gen Cassava program has engaged Makerere University, West African Center for Crop Improvement, all these other universities within the continent, but also collaborating with universities in the US to build capacity in molecular breeding. I think something else that also worked for them, something else that works well for them is they have a repository where they are sharing, they have an online tool that they're using to share genomic resources. So they have this database where anybody that is working on cassava, whether you're from Africa or from wherever, you have access and you can share your resources, both phenotypic and genotypic resources. So that seems to work really well. From what I saw also from the Next Gen Cassava webpage, they are strengthening national programs. And you can see from the page that you have different national program staff leading different objectives. But beyond that, I think there are also other ways that they have used to strengthen the national programs so that there's appreciation for the tools that they are developing, but also for implementing them. Again, something that really stood out is the idea that they have multidisciplinary community of experts. And yeah, so this is probably one of the game changers in most of the projects that we do. And especially when it comes to developing genomic resources, do we engage everyone? Do we engage the phenotyping colleagues, even the conventional breeders, everybody? Do we engage everyone? And as you can see there, they've involved social scientists, data scientists, food scientists, gender experts, just to mention a few. Again, at some point, there was political goodwill, and this is in the case of Nigeria. And I'm restricting this to Nigeria because Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in Africa. And yes, maybe that also made a difference. And this initiative was launched by the former president, Goodluck Jonathan of Nigeria. So there was a policy that, cassava flour needed to be used. So I brought this last also for the same reason that it's probably not the most limiting factor, but one of the things that has also worked well for Next-Gen Cassava is that they've had a steady flow of funds for the last at least 10 years. And I just picked this. I don't know if they have additional funding, but they've had steady flow of funds. So that also worked for them. So I put that to also suggest, are there things that we can do differently if we're going to be able to exploit the genomic resources that we are developing for orphan crops? And one of the things that's really important is the fact that, there's need for coordination of efforts across disciplines. And I think one of the things that really stood out for me when Michelle was doing the presentation yesterday is sometimes we actually imagine that we are going to come up with collaborations as we respond to calls. Most of the times what happens is there's an opportunity for funding, there's an organization that is interested in funding sorghum, for example, to generate a reference genome, but they're looking for people who are already working together, and then at that point, we come up with all these collaborators. But I think the most enduring relationships are those that are already existing before the opportunity for funding came up. And I was just like, yesterday we also saw that there have been networks that have come up, and one of the networks is the PABRA network that has been going on, and it's one of the most successful networks in Africa. And just recently, I'm giving an example of Groundnut Improvement Network for Africa, which was just launched recently. But are we actively engaging in these networks as we exploit opportunities? And these probably are not the most, maybe not the best examples because they're probably not considered orphan crops. But unless we have similar networks for orphan crops that we are thinking of working on, we are probably just going to generate genomes that are orphan genomes in the next 10 years, because we will generate those genomes and then we're like, okay, wait, why did we generate them again? So can we now go and look for a breeder to train on how to use these markers, and can we then try and figure out if people really like this food, and then can we try and figure out? I think that's one of the reasons that we probably don't really have that much impact on these crops. But if we are going to continue to talk about orphan crops, and we've used it a lot, or even underutilized crops, are we then going to come up with networks that are already actively identifying what we need? Those networks that really care about those orphan crops before we even decide together with the economists if the reference genome is going to be imported anyway. So, in summary, how can we avoid creating these orphan genomes that we don't even use? Yet we do have the real need, for sure. We need to improve these crops for resilience or for nutrition, whatever it is. I think it has been said here, but we need to create awareness. If we really truly believe that these are going to be game changers, there's going to be need for a different way to create awareness to different breeding programs on the uses or the usefulness of these genomes. And also think about building capacity in genome analysis so that we don't just generate it. And as we've seen, by the way, we don't even need to generate them. We just need probably to exploit the ones that have been generated. And there have been a lot that have been generated over the last several years. And whether it's the cassava example or its example elsewhere that is not in this continent, the successful utilization of genomic data has been dependent on so many other disciplines. It's not just one discipline alone. So getting all these experts to talk together definitely is one of the things that those networks that I was suggesting could really help with the utilization of the genomic data that we generate. Obviously, we do need reliable and consistent funding, which, as you have seen, will help with the continuity or implementation of all these things. Bringing all these people together, obviously, it does need funds. And then that goes back to what we've been talking about the whole morning. We need to have an enabling environment, the political goodwill. And since we're talking about Africa as a continent, it's not just one government, but it needs to be across governments because most of these crops apply to more than just one country. So in closing, I just want to thank so many people that I've been talking to over the last few days in terms of their opinions, Rose Marks, Olu, Chris Jones, Peter, Mark, Davis, and Susan, who are wonderful people who happen to work with me, but I consult them all the time. And then Chidozie Egesi, obviously the director of the Next Gen Cassava, for all the information that he was able to share with me over the last few days as I prepared this presentation. And I thank my organization, ICRISAT, so much for giving me the opportunity and for funding my travel to this location. As I close, I also want to thank the local organizing committee and also the organizers of this conference for holding such a wonderful meeting, and also for me to have the privilege of sitting in this wonderful audience in Africa, this auditorium. Thank you so much, Moez and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Damaris, for putting up such compelling case for orphan crops. And honestly, I'm a big believer that this technology should be made in and for the Global South. Some of our crops, from the genomic point of view, may not be, strictly speaking, orphan crops. The genomic data or the genomic tools that we use may be there, but if they are not tailor-made for our environments, for our germplasm, we are losing this potential. So thank you very much. And I would like also to invite the audience to ask questions. Yes.
Rashid Siraj from UM6B. Thank you very much for this very nice presentation. I have a quick comment first on orphan. We've I know discussed this several times with Michel and others, but as I'm listening to you and I'm going back in history with the CGIAR, for instance, because you're coming from ICRISAT, that's where I used to work 20 years ago. And, you know, there have been so much investment in some of these crops. We're talking, because you're talking about pigeon pea, you're talking about cassava, and I'm looking backwards and Generation Challenge Program, and then the CRPs and RTB and all that stuff. So I can't resist asking the question, what exactly do you mean by orphan? I mean, for me, orphan is someone who lost his father or his mother. Now, where do we put the limits? And actually, it's not an innocent question. I think if we fail to have some sort of a priority setting, at least having, if we're talking about Africa and food security, we need to have clarity in mind. What exactly we're talking about here? Do you have a list? Where do we put the limits? And I think if we are, as you mentioned, trying to channel the investments and coordinate the integration across disciplines, we better have that priority system exercise. We used to discuss this at ECRISAT in the early 2000s. So I guess the question is still valid today. Where do we put the limit?
Thank you. If you would like to answer.
I think it will probably be better if we did.
So I think
it is a comment to what has been raised by Rashid. I think all these namings, and I think Damaris mentioned that, they all tell the story of an impediment. They tell the story of something that hasn't worked. You said orphan, that someone has lost his father. Most of these namings are exclusively sending negative message to all the people. I mean, forgotten. I happen to chair the Forgotten Crops Society, so it's not about that. We have to change the naming so we could start at least using them in a positive way. We used to have the same debate in the grain legumes. Poor man crops. If you're poor, you'll eat lentil and faba bean, and if you're rich, you'll go for meat. So it doesn't work this way. I think the limit is not really clear, but my question to Damaris, and I really thank you for this extremely nice presentation. It was all music to my ears. What should we do next? Should we go again and sequence the 101 crops that were listed on the African Orphan Crops Consortium, or should we do something else? You raised that question, but I would like to hear your opinion on that. Where is the priority, really?
Thank you. And there's a question here as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Damaris, for the insightful presentation. Allow me to come back very quickly on the comment about orphan and not orphan, or losing father or not. Let me give a few examples. In my country, the government is putting more than $20 million every year on cashew nuts. Cashew nut is exported. Fonio, which is one of the major let's say, staple crops for the country, has zero funding. That's why we call it orphan crop. And I can list many other species that are part of the daily diet of people, yet they are not receiving any support. The CG Center has the whole organization, one whole organization for wheat and maize. We don't have the same thing for fonio. That's why we call it orphan crops. So basically, I think that orphan genomes, yes, we do need them. We need the orphan genomes. They'll be useful one day. We started putting together our germplasm many, many years ago. Today, they are useful. We have gene banks everywhere. They are useful. We can go there and source our material and use them. So let's start developing the orphan genomes, and we'll find them useful one day. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question. We'll take two more because there's no more time. There's another question up there.
Thank you so much, the presenter, for that insightful presentation. But my question is like, since Monday up to today, we have been talking about crop improvement, but the aspect of tree crop improvement or breeding is not coming handy. And in relation to the breeding cycle as per the tree breeding or improvement, I see your presentation is coming handy as far as genomic exploitation of the tools is concerned in tree crop improvement. So what is your talk or insight or thought as far as the use of these genomic tools or developing the genome reference for these tree crops that have been listed in the orphan crop list, and also exploiting the available genome tools in breeding for these tree crops? Because I understand that in the face of climate shocks, especially climate change, there is a real need to breed for resilience and also nutrition improvement in these tree crops as far as food security and nutritional security is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was a question a bit further up. Yes, that was raised before. Also, please, to be concise with the questions so that Dr. Damaris has time to answer them all.
It's not working, okay. So I'm Salma Mohib, I'm a first-year PhD student of the African Genome Center. Since my thesis is working on genomics applied to applied environmental science, I would like to highlight that in terms of genomics, and you were talking about phenotyping platforms and genotypic platforms, I would like to address one of the questions that you highlight in your presentations, which is, I'm looking for it, sorry, which is, should we be generating whole genome sequencing to address climate resilience? I can tell you, based on the first founding of my PhD results and my PhD research, that the answer, it could be yes. So it's absolutely necessary to know what is behind those DNA informations to absolutely target our objective, which is the climate resilience. In terms of whole genome sequencing, we are deciphering what is behind those genomic informations that could be translated on a real solutions actions and not only something that is behind bioinformatic analysis and or applied protocols and experiments in the lab. But it's something that could be translated and needs to be a cooperation and collaborations between, as you already highlighted, between different collaborators and contributions of experts in different expertise. And thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to start with the answers, and if we have some time, we'll come back to the questions.
Yeah, thank you all so much for those questions. And thank you, Rashid. You probably don't know me, but I do know you very well. During my PhD time at ICRISAT, I did make a disclaimer at the beginning of this talk that it is not the most politically correct word. And I did give a list of so many other words. And if you prefer any one of them, just let me know. And I will change this and I will give it back with the word that you prefer most. The reason that I decided to go that extreme, to use this word, was to make the point that we've always used this word to get funds and make a case that if we do invest in these crops, and maybe it's the niche crop in your country, it's probably not an orphan crop in your country, but if we're making the case for them in that way, then we should also make a case or demonstrate that we are actually utilizing the resources that we generate to improve them. So whichever word you prefer, we can use it. But when it comes to priority, which you did mention, if we're talking about the context in Africa, then prioritization needs to come from the continent level or from the country level. It will need to be driven by the respective countries, which then will need also to allocate funding to promote those particular prioritizations that they have for their country, so that the other organizations just come in to close the gap. And that is the only way that it has worked. And so the CG centers can work for 100 years on a crop that if the country does not, the specific countries probably do not have priority for, maybe nothing is going to change. So just to respond to that. When we come to Michelle's question, what have you done with what you generated so far? I mean, you asked, like, are we going to resequence the 101 that we needed to resequence for the African orphan crops? Maybe I can answer you once I know what you did with what you generated so far. But, I mean, the other thing is 100, so what will you do with those 100? Because, I mean, like, if we want to use, even if we want to do for gene discovery, 100 is not enough. So if you've been able to utilize what you've generated so far and you are ready at that next level to do trait discovery, I would say maybe resequence 1,000 if you have, or because it's so much cheaper to do that. Why spend money on just 100? But I mean, as I mentioned here, for most of these crops, the breeders, because we're developing these tools for the breeders, for most of these crops, the breeder just wants to be able to make a decision on their quality control or, yeah? So if you've already generated, find out where your breeders are in terms of what are they asking for. Find out what the crop physiologists are looking for, and if it aligns, then go for it. Coming back to your story, I mean, I think this was just confirming some of the things that I said, so thank you so much for that added voice. I did put this as a question: should we even be generating the orphan genomes? And, you know, if in your case it applies, why not? And as I also did show, we still have had impact even when we didn't generate. But we can still have even more impact if we generate them and utilize them. So absolutely, yes, I agree. We should generate them and utilize them for crop improvement, whether it's for resilience or for nutrition. We still need to do that. In response to your question, in terms of how we can utilize them, I think I did just mention a little bit, but obviously for the tree crops, it would be nice to know, I mean, there are tree crops where you have quite advanced breeding, like eucalyptus, or so it would be good to go back to the tree crop you're working with and really put together the team of scientists and to really be able to understand where are the needs. And if you all agree that what we really need to do is generate a reference genome and develop tools, why not? That's not a decision that someone who is standing here can make for you. And that's why most of the comments that I made were in question form, but obviously giving a few facts to help you make that decision. And yes, I do completely agree with you. We should probably generate some reference genomes to be able to discover traits for resilience. And I'm not too sure you were here when I did answer that question, and I did say absolutely yes. The challenge is if we're just generating them for publication, or if we're just generating them because it's nice. But if we're generating them to utilize them, absolutely yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Damaris, and the spirit of sticking to the time. I will encourage anybody that has other questions to please engage with her and during the pauses. It was really, really interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. One thing I forgot to tell is that the parallel sessions will now be over. Will be now open. So please check in your agenda, the talks you are most interested in, and you can start going.
So we will take 2-3 minutes to people who want to choose their sessions. So maybe we can start. So welcome everyone, and thanks for choosing this session focusing on advances in genetic innovation and technology. My name is Rashid Mentag. I'm a researcher at INRA, Morocco. I will be the chair of this session. As you know, genetic innovation and technology have the potential to revolutionize African food systems, making them more resilient to climate change, pests, and disease. In this session, we will explore some of the latest advances in this field and discuss how they can be used to improve food security and nutrition in Africa and worldwide. So this session will be 75 minutes long and will feature 5 presentations from 5 panelists coming from, in the order, from Morocco, Uganda, Nigeria, Morocco, and India. As you can see, we have a very tight schedule, so I will ask our panelists to respect the 10-minute time limit. And also, I will invite our panelists to sit close. So maybe let's start with the first panelist. It's my colleague and friend, Dr. Miguel Sánchez Garcia. He will give us a talk on fast and focused novel strategy on the global barley breeding program to accelerate genetic gain under climate change. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rashid. And first of all, thanks for the organizers for inviting me to present some of the techniques or strategies that we are using in the global barley breeding program of the CGIAR to try to cope with climate change and keep delivering for farmers. Oh, yeah. For those who don't know, ICARDA holds the global mandate to breed barley for the developing world. We are talking about 20 million hectares, 5 of those sitting in Africa. This program has been going on since the 70s. It has been extremely successful. There's been more than 265 varieties of ICARDA origin or CGIAR origin released in the world, and you can see in the map it covers most of the countries that barley is grown. Barley is an amazing crop, of course. I should say that, but believe me, it's extremely drought tolerant. It's adapted to poor soils. It grows in the places where no other crop would grow. But at the same time, it can also be adapted to very high input areas. And it's the ultimate multi-purpose crop. So it provides food, mold, forage, feed for farmers. It makes farms more resilient because it covers the farm livestock farming system, the crop livestock farming system that our farmers are using majoritarily. And for this, the way we work is basically we have signed these product profiles with many countries in our region, and they're grouped in pipelines. So the pipelines address dry areas or favorable areas, feed, mold, food. So we arrange all our breeding around this. And this is how basically the program works on the 4 pipelines and how they are advanced. So today we will talk about the strategies we use in 2 of the key parts. One is the segregated generation advancement. The other one is stage 1 or preliminary yield trials. This is the moment when you have the most diversity in a fixed stage that you can actually test for yield. And also is the most stressful for breeders because you need to drop material without actually having enough data to do it. And for this, I will use only one pipeline, which is this feed barley for arid and semi-arid environment case. But the similar cases are for all the other ones. So the first technology, we've all heard it, many of us are implementing, this speed breeding facilities at ICADA. We have capacity to advance about 100,000 entries per generation. In the barley program, we advanced 12,000 per generation, 4 generations per year, although we could reach 5, even in some cases up to 6. But if you see the word speed breeding, it includes the word breeding. And we really try to do this part of the breeding as we advance generations. And this is what I'm going to tell you a bit about. The first thing we've tried, and actually it's working quite well for us, is this disease-assisted speed breeding. Because the moment you don't put your segregating generations in the field, you are not testing them for anything, unless you actively do it. How do we work? Every generation we test our cohort or our progenies for a specific disease that is important for the market segment or is important for the product profile. This is what is real data from the program. Every column is a cross, so it's a population, and the progenies in some cases are susceptible, moderately susceptible, up to immune. How do we work? It's very simple. My colleagues, the pathologists, score all the lines. We discard those that are susceptible or moderately susceptible, and we increase the grains that come to this next generation from the resistant and the moderately resistant. So basically what we're doing is keeping the population size. We make sure that we advance the population towards the resistant type. But this is what you see in the lower left graph. The light blue bars are the results in F2 for one disease. This was for a mixture of very virulent isolates, because of course we use mixture of isolates of spot form of net blotch and net form of net blotch. And in dark blue is the same disease that we tested in F3. In this case, we use the same disease in 2 consecutive generations because it's the most important one, and we want to make sure that whatever we advance is resistant. So you can see we shifted from mostly moderately resistant and moderately susceptible to mostly resistant and moderately resistant in the next generation by just discarding the susceptible plants. And also we confirm that, as we expected, right, our lines are more resistant in the field that they are in the speed breeding, because in the speed breeding we are using mixture of isolates, mixture of virulent isolates, and also we are putting a conducive environment. And this comes back, if you remember, I told you we could do 5, 6 generations, but we stop at 4. It's because we agree, or we modeled our generation advancement to fit this kind of approaches, to fit this disease-assisted, to make sure that once we get to the field, the plants we're testing are mostly resistant. But unfortunately, not all traits are equally heritable. Not all traits are so consistent when you test it under speed breeding when you test it in the field. And examples given of important traits could be plant height, that we cannot really measure under speed breeding, or probably doesn't relate the plant height under speed breeding as it relates to the field, or phenology, because we are exposing the plants to such strange environment that you don't evaluate their phenology in the normal natural environment, or even lodging, right? When you advance them in the field, you can still discard lines that are lodging. If you advance under speed breeding, how do you know? So this is what we tested last year, and especially for us, because the way we do speed breeding is in these small cones that you see there. So we maximize the number of entries we can put per square meter, and that means also that the plants grow in 0.16 liters of soil. It still gives a very good spike, as you can see. In 2 rows, we can reach 30 grains easily, in 6 rows even more, but it's not really field conditions, right? So what we did is taking advantage that we started with speed breeding in the barley program in 2021, now we have the first F5s coming to the field at the same time as the F5s that were advanced in the field in the normal program are in the field as well. We're not going to discard these old F5s just because. So what we did is we planted them all together side by side in the field. And we evaluated for some of these traits that we said we're not really sure what speed breeding is doing to them. So what you can see here is that whether it is for plant height, days to heading, or even lodging, we don't see any difference. So the proportion of lodging was similar in the ones advanced in the field and in the ones advanced on the speed breeding, and the ranges of days to heading and plant height were also similar. So basically, it says to me that the speed breeding is not affecting this kind of traits in a way that it's hindering our advancement. The second thing I would like to tell you about is this stage one. As I was saying before, this is the moment where all this fixed material comes to the field for the first time. And there is an issue, right? When you're breeding for about 20 million hectares in the world, you can imagine that they are all very, very different. And traditionally, we were testing all these lines because of funding reasons, but also because of seed reasons. Sometimes we don't have enough seed to really go and test in multi-location or in replicated trials across. So what we did is, traditionally, we put it in our main station, we select there, and then we go in multi-location stage 2. The problem is, when we checked what's the correlation between our main location and all the locations that represents target population of environments or represent farmer types that we really want to tackle, the correlations were very low. And what's telling you is that really we were not selecting for all these other locations, and lines that could be really good there, we were dropping just because they were not good in our main station where we were testing. So with our colleagues, the biometricians, we said we need to try to go into GBI or into these TPEs as fast as possible, because we are losing many lines that could be really good because of this approach. And that's why we started this genomic-assisted sparse multi-location testing. And I will tell you a bit what it is, but the benefits is that you test at TPE, so we go in multi-location. The accuracies are higher than this year-by-year variation that we have in the Mediterranean. And also it allows to recover failed trials. And that's what I'm going to explain to you. But first, we need to genotype, because it's genomic assisted. Unfortunately, we are not rich. We don't have all the money in the world, which means that we had to be a bit smarter in a way. So what we did is our crossing block is genotype, that is true, with 50,000 markers. So we select a subset of markers that are linked, that are beyond the recombination distance in each chromosome, that the minor allele frequency is high, so we make sure that they are polymorphic in their progenies. And if they fulfill all these conditions, also we took QTLs over non-QTLs, basically, or over random markers. When we did this, we saw that these 192 markers, the kinship done with them, was correlated 0.78 of the kinship done with the 50K marker. So we said, okay, at least they represent this whole set of markers in the crossing block, and that the minor allele frequency and the linkage equilibrium is stayed the same in the progeny. Now we go to the sparse part. What does sparse mean? Sparse means that you don't test everything everywhere. So what we do is, if you see this example of the 4 locations we're using, the green plots means genotypes where we test only in that location and only once, not replicated. The yellow ones is the ones that are replicated within location. The blue ones are replicated across location to calculate GBA, and the purple ones are commercial checks that are replicated within and across. What does it mean? That we have 27% of genotypes that are overlapping across all the locations, and 73 that only exist in that location. Now, how do we decide which genotype goes where? We use the pedigree matrix. So to ensure that there's connectivity in all the locations across all our germplasm, we use the pedigree matrix to make sure that all the parents are equally represented in all the locations. And then we just apply genomic markers, genomic prediction. What do? We, using pedigree matrix and the kinship matrix from the 192 markers, we create the H matrix. We test all the weights possible for every trait across locations. The model is G plus G by E, which allows us to make sure that we use information from all the locations to feed specific ones. And then the results, we've been doing this since 2021. The results you see in blue, dark blue, in the lower right bar graph The dark blue is the original correlations across locations. We used to have only testing in one location. The light blue is the ones we got in 2021, 2022, and 2023. So you can see it increases from 28% in the lowest one to 8-fold in the highest one. And as you can see also, every year, because we work in arid and semi-arid environments, we lose one trial. It could be by a hailstorm like this year in 2023, or it could be due to the extreme drought last year. And this approach allows us to predict the performance of the lines planted there that we lost in all the other locations, so we don't really lose the lines. This method is easily scalable. You can see there in the map the 4 locations we used in 2021, and now we go into, I think, 7 locations for next year, including national program locations. And it's very important. We have colleagues from the national program that see the benefit of growing one of these trials to make sure that when we all do the genomic predictions together, the selected material is the most tailor-made. And this works not just for grain yield, as I showed, but you can do it for all the traits in the TPE. In summary, these techniques can help increase in genetic gain. We need to be able or open to adopt or at least to test new technologies. And somehow, like in the Olympics, we need and must be faster, we need and must be more efficient, and we need and must be more effective if we want to deliver. Of course, this is not just a one-person job. I am very lucky with all my colleagues, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miguel. So we have time for maybe 2 questions. Yes, Dr. Omar.
Thank you, Dr. Michel, for your nice presentation. We learned lots of things. I have maybe 2 questions. One is, to my understanding, you are carrying the early generation selection. But yeah, if I understood well, it's basically to increase the frequency of your target threats. However, in this kind of environment, extended photo period, maybe in addition to genetics, we have also some epigenetics that may happen there and changing the expression of genes. The fraction that you are dropping of, let's say, sensitive lines, is there a risk to drop some potentially good lines because of epigenetics? This is the first question. And the second question is, have you an idea about let's say, the minimum population size to stay in the likelihood to find the target threats when you are just advancing your generation using single seed descent? Maybe it will depend on species, but I am asking. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. So of course we don't test for epigenetics. What we saw though is that at least for the traits we could evaluate this year, we didn't see an effect of the growing them in speed breeding as compared to advancing them in the field, at least for plant height and phenology, also for lodging tolerance. I'll be able to tell you more next year probably in terms of yield or the traits. Sorry, your second question was? The population size, in our case, we do it tailor-made for the cross. So in some cases, in some crosses, we want to recombine more QTLs, or in some crosses, we know that there's more white cross, in which case we may need a larger population size. In others, we need a smaller population size. The total set is 12,000 entries. That's the capacity, economic capacity, basically, that we can use. And the population size is tailor-made.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Maybe, yeah, please.
Thank you. I think it's very good research, more applied on the speed breeding aspect of it. But my concern is about the early generation testing with diseases. Technically, we wanted more homozygous and stable genotypes, which is the most important value of the speed breeding, is to get the embryo lines. But when you test them at the early stage, it means you are also testing both heterozygotes and homozygotes, which will be a little bit confusing. So my concern are 2. One, essentially you lose some materials already early at the early breeding stage. Two, you will also compromise the population, as he mentioned. So why don't you wait a little bit late and challenge them with the disease?
So the whole idea here is that what we want is to do something that we were already doing in the field, to be honest. When you grow even your F2 in the field, normally you put it in a field that has some constraints, right, that has diseases. And when we go to do selected bulk, or you go with your spray, you already take the plants that are clean, that are not disease affected. This is really similar, to be honest. It's just that it's at a different scale. Our whole objective here is to move the normal curve of disease response towards the resistant part. And this is how we do it. Of course, we try to keep, and this is important, of course, we never discard all the population but one. We try to keep enough, especially in the early generation in F2 and F3, enough lines, even if they are, if you have resistant and moderately resistant, we keep some moderately resistant ones to keep this population size there. At the end, there will be all homozygous in F5. We'll test them, and hopefully they will be mostly resistant, so we will not have to drop any.
Thank you, Miguel. Please join me for thanking Dr. Miguel for this masterclass. Thank you. So we will move to the second panelist. I will call Dr. William Isuma from National Agriculture Research Organization from Uganda. He will present a talk entitled Conventional Transfer of P5001 Transgene Confers Durable Field Resistance to Cassava Brown Streak Disease in F1 population. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, nice to see all of you. I just want to say thank you to Damaris for kind of highlighting the background of what we are doing in cassava world. And why focus on cassava? That is food. However, beyond food, this is a crop that is going to drive the economic uplifting of Africa in terms of revolutionizing what we want to see from the industry. But as we do that, that is the monster we want to focus on. What I'm showing right now on my right is a symptom of cassava brown streak disease. This is a viral disease that is ravaging cassava in Eastern Africa. That means the picture of food I showed earlier cannot be obtained from that. And every farmer's desire is to see that white root. And all efforts from conventional breeding has been a challenge because we know at the moment, I'll reach there, but what we are more concerned immediately with is the fact that that disease is, though localized initially in Eastern Africa, is threatening other parts of the world. Many times when we want to show how it is spreading, the West Africans get nervous. But what we know is that there are white flies that fly across the borders and they carry that virus. There is nothing we can do to trap them at the borders. They will cross across the borders. Now Central African Republic that is tending towards West Africa is seen to have this disease. Down in the south, as far as Malawi and Mozambique, we see that. But I just wanted to limit the spread within Uganda so that we keep to the context. And as breeders, we have done soul searching within our germplasm, within our potential to do genetic improvement for this trait. And what we see is less hope from conventional point of view because we don't have any sources of resistance anyway that are dependable. Though now there is indication that within Latin American germplasm, we could actually have some sort of source of resistance. Nonetheless, we exploited the transgenic approach. We were able to develop a construct from this virus, put it into cassava to interfere with the virus. And indeed, we demonstrated a durable resistance in the field. Our challenge was then, one, a disease that we fought decades ago. Cassava mosaic disease broke down during the tissue culture process of transformation. And that meant whatever product we had, we could not take to the market, to the farmer. And that made us to ask simple questions. Can we then pick that transgene and simply introgress it into our mosaic-resistant varieties? That is basically what we did and what I want to highlight here. Yes, one thing was after taking this through exposure in the field and scoring for reaction to that disease, we could see there is 50% chance of actually using conventional crosses to pick that transgene from a material that broke down for one disease into what we have. And then that demonstrates how a breeder can take advantage of this to improve cassava for brown streak disease. And the second thing was that CMD that broke down during tissue culture process, can you restore it? And again, from the segregation ratio, we were able to see, yes, you can actually recover the lost CMD in an F1 progeny. As a take-home, of course, the other question was, if you have this transgene in F1, how do those plants react over time? Messy kind of slide and data sets, but the take-home message here is across multiple cropping seasons, in this case up to 4 cropping seasons, that is 4 years really of exposure in the field, you could see very low incidence of cassava brown streak disease in the roots of F1s we evaluated. To us, this demonstrated that the P5001 gene that we could introgress into our local cultivars can offer that resistance to brown streak disease. And yes, just to highlight to you how some of the key clones performed. In this case, it's now more beyond disease, but we try to select products, potential products that could go on farm and track them for 5 years. At this point, still very minimal disease in the roots. So to us, this is a message, this is the happiness that we want to see in the face of end users and how they could take advantage of some of these genetic resources from the breeding point of view to reach farmers where this disease is important. And not just based on symptoms per se, phenotypes in the field, we have gone on to try to just test based on PCR, but also quantitative PCR to see if virus accumulates in the transgenic clones. You could see kind of suppressed accumulation in the transgenic clones compared to our susceptible local checks. And based on that, we identified now 6 clones that we have put up for national performance trials. In this case, we have started with Kenya because the regulatory environment there allows for that, and we hope beyond Kenya, including Uganda, we have this tested along the variety release pipeline. But the message here is for breeders to see that this is a genetic resource that is available for dealing with cassava brown streak disease out there. And when Chris was talking yesterday, I met him outside. I told him, I wish you were a journalist. Chris said, I hope you didn't mean to downgrade me. But why I brought that up is many times our role as scientists is to generate evidence. How do we package this evidence to influence policy? Today we talked a lot about policies. Someone is going to ask, so you have all these products, you're not going to take them to farmers. It's because we don't have regulatory environment. I know that. So therefore, there may be no need to ask that. But the question to ask is, what message are we packaging to reach policymakers that can influence an environment where us breeders take these products on farm? And I think, Mr. Chair, one thing to invest is to invest in communicating science. Until then, our products may remain on shelf. The number of varieties that were highlighted here and how many are reaching farmers will remain on shelf. And as Norman Bullock says, let's take our products to farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William, for this concise presentation and rich presentation. So, and also for respecting the time. We will have more time for questions if there are. Please. Yeah. Please, Dr. Said.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Just I want to know what is the reaction of these varieties to the vector? Are they liked or what? To the white,
the
white fly? Because the problem with this is the virus as well as the vector. So what is the reaction of your material to the vectors? Thank you.
Good question. Whitefly resistance, our focus for this gene is to target the virus that causes the brown streak disease. So it wasn't really targeted for whitefly resistance. But there are parallel efforts to try to breed for whitefly resistance through both conventional and transgenic approach. And Winnie there is part of that team from SEAT. Thank you.
Okay, more question? Yeah, there is one up there.
Thank you, Dr. Soma, for the nice presentation. Just to ask if there is a relationship between the P5001 gene and the HAM gene.
And?
HAM gene.
What is HAM gene?
The HAM gene for resistance for CBSD.
I don't seem to know that HAM gene.
It is HAM gene. I'll see him.
Okay. I'll catch up with you on that.
Okay, if no more questions.
Yeah.
So thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
very much.
William, for this participation. And we will go to the third panelist, coming from Nigeria. I will ask Dr. Asrat Emile. Dr. Asrat Amili will present a genome-wide association study and genomic prediction of fresh tuber yield in White Guinea yam. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's almost good afternoon. So my name is Asrat. As a team from the yam breeding program at IITA, I'm going to share about our experience with the genome-wide association study and then the genomic prediction for tuber yield and White Guinea yam. So white, especially when you say about yam, it's a complex crop. It's a combination of many species. About more than 600 species in yam, of which around 11 are economically important, I mean cultivated. From those 11, 2 are most planted one, and then the White Guinea yam is originated from Africa and one of the most preferred foods in Africa, especially in the western part of Africa. So yam, as you can see from that picture, it's both the wild and the cultivated is a vine crop. It needs a staking support. And also it's produce fruits. That's what we use for breeding purpose. And the most difficult part is it produces a big tuber, and especially measuring that tuber and also harvesting is a critical challenge in the breeding program. And globally, it's occupy about 8 million hectare, and it produces about 75 million tons, of which I think about 98 or 98% coming from Africa. And when you see the value of yam as compared to the other crop, even though its production is about 40% of cassava, it generates high value. Even you combine with all other staple African crops, including maize, sorghum, and rice, it is still higher in terms of value, and the estimate is about $40 billion. So, but when we see the yield potential, it can you can get up to 50 to 80 tons, but on average, we see about 8 to 12 tons in the farmer's field. So the issue is here how we can close this yield gap. It's like both the agronomic innovation and genetics innovation can play a role in closing the yield gaps. But when you see in many other crops, the genetic innovation contributed a lot in terms of increasing the productivity of the crops. From the genetic innovation point of view, especially for us, where our yield is underground and difficult to see during the crop time unless we go for the distract measure, we need to approach the yield at different aspects, especially to understand the genetics base of the yield, and also have kind of like, when we are just measuring for the phenotype, we need to also go for the molecular base, how it can we can use that one in terms of accelerating our genetic gain from the breeding program. So there are many points in terms of the genetic innovation, but now I just try to see about the GWAS and the prediction, how it is feasible when it comes to young. So our objective here was just to assess the feasibility of GWAS in accounting, especially the dominance and additive effect, and also see the using as well as the QTLs coming from the GWAS analysis or from the whole genome, I mean for the sequencing information to see at prediction potential. We used like from the historical data and IITA young breeding program. For the phenotypic data, we used about 1,900 clones from historical data ranging from 2000 to 2010 to 2021. It's about 11 years. And then we looked at from our database for corresponding sequence information, especially for the SNP data. And through this quality control, especially for the minor allele frequency, read depths, and also the market genotype call rate, then we came up about 1,008 genotypes and also the corresponding 1,600 around SNPs that can be utilized for this purpose. So in this phenotypic information, in order to generate the adjusted genotype value, we followed two-stage linear mixed model where we try to obtain the blues and the weights, and take into consideration that in a single trial, because we have about more than 25 locations and for 11-year data, is quite a big data set. So try to address for individual analysis using that general model that's taken to consider the design factor and also for the genotype. But we put also quality control, making genotype as random, and then any trials which below 0.2 heritability we drop. And we use that blue obtained in the weights in order to get the weighted combined mixed model that can be utilized for our the GWAS and also for the genomic prediction. So for the GWAS, we applied the additive effect model and the dominance effect, additive plus dominance effect model. And for the prediction, I think I just skipped about all the detail of the formulas because of the time limitation. And for the prediction, the model we tried first, if we identify some QTLs, that QTL can be used for the prediction. And then the other model was GBLAP model alone, and then the third one, QTL plus GBLAP model. And also we test some other models about their efficiency. So when you see about the variation in the tuber yields across the different years, there's quite variation because it's coming from the different trials, from the different locations. And I think in our analysis, we try to remove that, the effect of the location as well as the years, so that at least we can use the the genetic information for our model. And for the GWAS analysis, we also considered the population structure. And from those materials, we identified about 4 major clustering of the genotypes. And you can see from the other side where when you put into the pedigree information of the materials for the breeding program, some of the materials are really generating from the green lines, which are also the root material in our historical data. So this is about when we applied the additive model, we tried to get about 3 markers, 3 QTL, sorry. And both of them has, I think, negative effect when it comes to the yield. And with the additive dominance effect, we still identified those 3 plus additional 1 marker, which has positive effect for the yields. So this is just to show about the location of those markers, and then the QQ plot, how it looks like when it comes to both additive and dominance model. And then this shows about how those allele effects when we try to see about if we want to implement in terms of those for our yield. But I think the major issue here is for the tuber yield, it is more of the minor QTLs and some smaller effects that can be maybe verified, or we need to also validate it in future so that it can be utilized in the program. But this is how I think this is the same as the previous one when we use the QTL prediction. Yes, all of these QTLs showed some significant effect. And when it comes to the allele effects, I think the one which identified with the additive effect has negative. That means it causes, whenever those alleles are present in the materials, there is some kind of yield penalty as compared to the other materials, but the dominance one shows a positive effect. This shows that as the heterozygotes affected, mainly the performance in yam is from heterozygosity. So it's clearly show us that the dominance effect is more important when it comes to for the yield in yam. And we also try to use QTL alone, GPLAP, and also we included GPLAP with QTL, but the predictive ability for the QTL alone is small, but it's not generally very high. We can try to predict some materials with more better accuracy, but for some other materials, the accuracy is very low. But here it shows that the GBLAP model is more appropriate for the tuber yield in yam, other than combining QTL with the GBLAP. And we also try to look at the other different models, but sorry, it not shows a big difference when it comes. Because this is a minor, it's a combination of a small effect that contributes to the tuber yield. We are not getting like high accuracy when we use our QTL model. And from the feasibility of in terms of application and also from the requirement for the analysis, we realized that for us in the yam breeding program, there is possibility to utilize GBLAP as prediction, but we need to improve, like increasing the market density and all other aspects, especially increasing the accuracy of our phenotyping to efficiently utilize this in our breeding program. So in conclusion, as I said before, like dominance effect of tuber yield is very important in yam. That's the nature of the crop because it's a heterozygous by nature. And then as compared to the other models, even though some others are more comparable, for the GBLAB model shows advantage for tuber yield prediction in yam. And I think these are also people who are working with us, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasrat. Here we can see clearly some add value of new technology like GWAS applied to our national crops, in this case with the white Guinean yam. So thank you so much. Is there some questions for Dr. Hasrat? We want this session to be active, so it was clear. Thank you so much, Dr. Hasrat.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And now we will move to the next presentation. I will invite my colleague and friend, Dr. Adil Baouchi from UM6P and ICARDA. He will talk on harnessing the genetic diversity and genome-wide association of the phenology response of winter wheat genotypes, highlights opportunity for genetic improvement. Dr. Adil, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Adil and I'm working on wheat. I'm working here in UM6P and also working with Dr. Miguel on my PhD, and today I will be talking about genetic diversity and genome-wide association for phenology response of winter wheat genotypes. So wheat is the largest primary commodity across the world with a global production of more than 735 million metric tons, feeding more than 2.5 billion people across 89 countries and growing in more than 220 million hectares with a global trade market of around $28 billion yearly. Also, wheat provides us with more than 19 calories in our diet, and more than 20% of it is just for protein. As you know, wheat is used in many end product forms, depending on the region, depending on the culture, but mainly wheat is used for bread, semolina, pasta, noodles, chapati, and cookies. Also, wheat is grown in many areas around the world, but the optimal region to grow wheat is between 30 degrees north and 60 degrees north, and 27 degrees south, 40 degrees south. However, wheat also is grown in suboptimal conditions. That's why we need to understand the phenology of wheat and to get better varieties with high-yielding varieties and good quality. And to arrive to these components, we have to go through important traits, which is hidden date. It is controlled, the hidden date by itself, it's controlled by several genes, mainly vernalization, photoperiod, and earliness per se. The first one is accelerate flowering when it is exposed to cold treatment. And mainly we have three main loci, which are vernalization E1, B1, and D1. For photoperiod, it's the sensitive genotypes continue the vegetative stage until the requirements are satisfied. And mainly we found PPD-D1 and PPD-B1. For earliness per se is the quantitative trait, which is detected when vernalization and photoperiod are satisfied. That's why we assembled a panel of 249 lines from the WAGI initiative, which is the Winter Wheat Association genetics, developed by CIMMYT, coming from 28 different countries, and we split them to 6 different groups depending on the origin. We have from Central Asia, Western Asia, Europe, North America, and of course from CG Center, which come from the IWI program, which is the joint venture between the Turkish government, ICARDA, and CIMMYT. To decorticate the genetic diversity, we used several techniques, starting by the axiom wheat breeder array using 35K SNP markers, power marker to compute the gene diversity, polymorphic, AMOVA, and near distance, tassel to compute PCA and LD linkage disequilibrium, layer package to have to know the number of ancestral, the ancestry matrix, and GG tree for the phylogenetic tree. This is for the first part. The second part is for the phenology and the GWAS, where we expose the same panel into 3 different treatments. First one is the full vernalization and long photoperiod. The second one is the short, no vernalization and long photoperiod. And the third one is full vernalization and short photoperiod. All this, we put it in a grow chamber in an augmented design with 2 replicated checks. And we did analysis using the spatial methods using StatGen. And using the BLUT, we used Gabet to get the results of the GWAS. So for the distribution of the major genes, we have about 90%, 75, and 87 for vernalization A1, B1, and D1 that are winter allele, and the remaining are spring, and 3% are unknown. But for PPD, we have about 80% that are sensitive to PPD B1, and only 30% that are sensitive to PPD D1. When it comes to AMOVA, we found that the highest proportion of the genetic variation was explained by the CG line with 26%, followed by North America and then a Western Asian genotype. However, the Western Asian genotype showed mainly from Turkey and Iran. They showed the largest genetic variation per entry as it is shown in the mean of square. As expected for vernalization, the main genetic variability, we found this in the triple winter type. And for the PPD, we found that the sensitive and insensitive PPD B1, D1, that's mainly explain most. For the near distance, we have a value that we found that value ranged from 0.01 to 0.1. And we found that the CG center that's showed the smallest genetic change with all the others when exposed by countries, and followed by Turkey, USA, and then Russia. Coming to the phylogenetic tree, we found that subpopulation 1 is mainly composed of entries from North America, then some line from CG also. The second subpopulation is composed mainly from European line. The third one is composed from North American, European, and then from CG. And the fourth one is composed mainly from CG and Asian genotype. And we found that all the North American genotype subpopulation are all winter type for vernalization, and all the spring habits genotypes are mainly coming from Western Asian genotypes or European genotypes. When it comes to genetic structure, with the PCA revealed 3 groups, clear clustering groups. The first one on the right side, on the top, so this, the Western Asian genotypes. On the opposite side, we found the European line, and on the negative side of the second axis, we found the North American genotypes. But when exposing this to SNMF function, we didn't find a clear plateau or a clear minimum cross entropy. But however, we found that significant results on K3, where we found the 3 major groups are scattering together. For the phenology experiment, we found that we have only 31 lines that need both vernalization and long photoperiod, and 102 need only vernalization, and 20 need only long photoperiod, and the remaining are spring type. And we found that the CG line are mostly composed of 2 main groups, which are the line that need vernalization but not long photoperiod, with 49%, and the line that no need for any of both, with 44%. The North American are similarly composed from two groups, the one that need vernalization and not photoperiod, and the one that need both of them. When it comes to the percentage of flowering, we found that 36% for vernalization E1 and D1 that were able to flower with winter allele. And also for 83 and 85% for single and double winter, but only 15% with triple winter allele that were able to flower. And also we found that the line carrying the winter allele of vernalization B1 showed a delay of flowering of more than 35 days. For GWAS, we have identified more than 17 significant markers in 2 and 6 in chromosome in genome A and B, and 5 in genome D. And we found that the percentage of phenotypic variation explained by the functional gene are ranging from 12 to 44%, while the new identified marker are going from 9% to 45%. And only 4 significant markers that are detected that go beyond the Bonferroni threshold. As future perspective, we exposed the same panel into field conditions using several environments, 2 years, 3 sowing days, and 3 experimental stations, and 2 countries in order to confirm the phenology results of the growth conditions to field conditions. And also we have put them into big plots in order to do the characterization of morphological and nutritional quality. In conclusion, I have to acknowledge the teamwork and the hard work of the team, Dr. Miguel, who is here, Suzanne from CIMIT, and Marta from IRTA, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adil. And through this presentation, we understand the importance of assessment and characterization of genetic resources and the help that could transfer to breeding programs. So thank you very much. We have a lot of time for discussion. So please, is there some questions to Dr. Adil? You have, for students, you have an opportunity. Dr. Adil, he can clarify some. So, Dr. Adil, your presentation also was very clear. So, thank you so much. Our next panelist is Dr. Janila Pasupuleti. She is coming from Ikrizat, India, presenting modern crop breeding program for accelerated cultivar development of dry land cereals and grain legumes for Africa and Asia. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And let me thank the organizers and also UM6 University for giving this opportunity to present this talk at this conference. And let me also say thanks to the team at ICRISAT and also the collaborators from Africa and Asia and also from advanced research institutes who have directly or indirectly contributed to the work which I'm going to talk now, as well as the donors who have supported with their generous funding for this work. When I'm talking about the GLDC crops, these are very important crops for Africa and also Asia. 120 million hectares and then more than 90% of this area in these 2 continents. And these are the future crops given their nutrition, given their climate resilience and other aspects of the market as well. And they're very important for crop diversification. And why is ICRISAT interested in these crops? It's been like more than 4 decades that ICRISAT has been working on these crops, and this is the footprint you can see in terms of cultivar releases in 81 countries, more than 1,000 cultivars of the 6 crops, and you can see those orange dots all over Africa. And let me come to the recent cultivar releases. That's in 2022, wherein I think you can see the numbers in 6 different countries. More interesting thing about this cultivar releases are many of them are climate resilient as well as biofortified. Let me move to the next. And then these are the kind of multi-environment testing that we are able to do. That's the numbers in 2022, more than 50,000 in Africa and about 30,000 in Asia. But then we do have a challenge in funding in 2023 because of the one CGIAR joining and not joining. And then now we are back, and hopefully I think this would be revived, and then we would be able to continue the flow of improved germplasm to the national partners. And then somebody raised the question on is it about just release of number of varieties or the impacts? And here you will see, I want to mention about this award which ICRISAT has been received, Africa Food Prize Award for its work on the legumes, not only in terms of release of cultivars, but also reaching out to millions of farmers with tons of seed. And I mean, in addition to the impacts, and we continuously do this continuous improvement of our breeding programs, which flows through this 4 aspects of the cycle of continuous improvement. That is, we review, which we have done it in 2016 and 2020, identify areas of improvement, make plans, and then execute them. And then the modern breeding program at ICRISAT is now built on these 3 pillars. One is crop breeding by design, where we talk about target product profiles and all, and process innovations all through the breeding and testing pipelines and the organizational structure. So just I have put together this organizational structure. First, please read the first one as crop breeding. I'm just coming from US where I attended a peanut conference, so I'm sorry for this slide. But then 2 important things for you to note apart from the number of multidisciplines I have listed here is like an crop improvement operations teams which extend support for all the crop breeding operations for all the 6 crops. I think this is one thing which we have been done successfully that has brought in cost and operational efficiencies, as well as having a product manager who can guide on the target product profiles and other aspects of market. And then, I mean, you have heard a lot about theory in the last 2 days about modern crop breeding programs. In the next couple of slides, I will walk you through some of these things in practice. And here you see how the target product profile traits guide the selection of parents. In this case for sorghum, wherein the knowledge generated at ICRISAT has been used to select the parents based on both the transpiration efficiency as well as the yield. And in the top end of that graph, you can see both improved lines and also the lines from the diversity panels, which can be brought into the breeding pipeline. And then here is an example on where we can look at the genetic diversity. Yes, within the improved breeding elite population, you can look into the diversity. In the years back then, we never looked into the nutritional quality. And here in the first example, we have a groundnut example wherein the target product profile is for high oil content. And then we looked into the elite pool and we could find lines, because earlier they were not assessed, now we have tools to assess. So that could be identified and released as a variety. And in a second example, it's a fantastic example which has been published in PNAS, wherein the resistance gene for foliar fungal diseases in groundnut have been harnessed from wild species, and ICRISAT's pivotal role in spreading it across all the continents which grow groundnut. And another fantastic example here, wherein more than 1,000 breeding lines from programs in Africa have been assessed for genetic diversity. And the inner circle, if you see the genetic diversity in this network breeding lines is as good as the USDA genetic diversity. What does this tell to us? It gives a very powerful feedback to the breeding programs which are often looked at with skepticism on the loss of genetic diversity. We didn't lose that. So this is a good message. And let me thank Daniel Fonseca for sharing this slide with me from the last meeting in US. And again, here if you see another example of pearl millet in India, and you see the steep graph towards 2000 to 2015. How is it possible? Hybrids, everybody knows to hybrids, but in Africa, yes, hybrids of pearl millet are coming. And what enabled us to achieve this yield gain of 3% is having genetically distinct heterotic pools, stacking of the traits. I mean, we are not talking about one trait to be improved. It's an entire product with several traits that has to be improved, and recurrent selection that has enabled increasing the frequency of the favorable alleles, and the strong backcross breeding program that works on the conversion of the CMS. And now going beyond that is diversifying the CMS sources as well. I think as a CG managing the global programs, I think we need to think of fair future into the down the 10 years and 15 years, and what are the challenges that we need to address. So that we have started working on diversifying the cytoplasmic male sterility. Lessons learned from pearl millet are being applied for pigeon legume crop. Having hybrids in a legume crop is something unthinkable. And a constant effort to improve the selection efficiency. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry, I don't know, I messed up. I don't know. Sorry, I need to go back. I'm not going back. Yeah, I got the hold of it. Yes. So, I mean, we could do this in India in characterizing the environments and identifying the target TPEs, target production environments. I mean, I think we need to extend this work to Africa as well, so that we better organize our testing strategy. And here is an example. Somebody mentioned about mechanization is the key and the future. And this is a trait for mechanical harvesting of chickpea, which could be harnessed from a project material which was available at ICRISAT that was specifically being done for Australia. Again, another example from my own work in peanut is development of high oleic lines, which we could start in 2011. By 2015, we had these lines. We could get these homozygous lines by using the speed breeding and the marker-arrested selection in the breeding pipeline and quickly recycle them. We now already have releases in India, and there are, I have listed a couple of countries over there where you can see where they have been identified for release, as well as in some cases they are at the level of testing. I mean, you can see an example here wherein it's all tools like molecular marker-arrested selection, other tools have been used in development of the cultivars. And I would like to mention that I would really not like to use the words conventional breeding and molecular breeding or modern breeding or whatever. So I think breeding is breeding. We keep using the new tools as and then they are available, and in this case we are using the molecular tools. And again, here is an example why these crops and focusing on the nutrition content of these crops is important. And we have an example very recently close by from this place in Nigeria, wherein a sorghum variety, biofortified sorghum variety has been addressed. I think nutrition security remains a very important theme for all the plant breeders in both Africa as well as Asia. As you see, the millions who are undernourished. So how is this possible in a quick timeline? I would say it's possible because of the elite gene pool we have at ICRISAT, and not only and the germplasm as a source of new traits, and the strong trait introgression pipeline that we have over there to bring in the new traits. And these are the couple of genetic resources we have, which we have been able to use, particularly the QC Damaris has mentioned this morning. QC markers for your hybridity purity, parent purity, line purity when they go to the METs, and also at the level of seed chain as well. And the mid-density assays that are now available thanks to EIB for these crops. And moving towards high throughput phenotyping tools, I won't tell other aspects which you're already hearing. This is another fantastic tool. It is computed tomography, which once enables us to get 3 traits in groundnut, and then we are also trying to use for other traits as well. More specifically for drought, we are using a 2-step process. First step to fix the early vigor, and in the second step, which is done in a managed stress environment, fixes based on the empirical approach. Usually we use the stress tolerance indices for that. Speed breeding, yes. Currently we are able to turn around about 100,000 in millet and 30,000 in legumes. I think for the hardest legume, that is pigeon pea, we could still develop a protocol by reducing the flowering time, by tweaking the photo period, and in case of groundnut, by harvesting immature pods. And then, yeah, I think partnership is very critical to us, and this is not only with the national programs in Africa, but also with the private sector and the advanced research laboratories in North America and Europe as well. And this is a picture I have picked up. And yes, knowledge sharing is quite important. And today we heard that it's not only the plant breeders or the other scientists to be trained, but also the technicians. This is an hands-on training program that was conducted in Mali. And then we have 4 researchers, long-term training. Again, somebody mentioned this morning, long-term training would be very good. And this is a long-term training, a picture from a long-term training which we have hosted. 4 researchers from Malawi in 2022. And there are, we always constantly engage with the crop improvement researchers with the training programs on how to do the experimental designs, data analysis, as well as new crop breeding technologies. And I just want to summarize by saying that on the day 1, I saw a lot of examples still on rice, wheat, maize. I think that narrative should change to grain, legume, and dryland cereal crops, which are really the future crops and really important for this continent. And then co-creating and co-designing the innovations so that we achieve what we want to achieve together. And leverage on the existing. Don't have to create new networks every day. Let's leverage on the networks which have organically evolved. And yes, knowledge sharing. Thank you for your attention. I just want to close with this one quote from this book, Humankind, A Hopeful History, which says the innate kindness and the cooperation has been the greatest factor of our long-term success as an human species. So why didn't apes rule this world? Why only we? It's because of cooperation and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Janila. Special thanks also to agri-food for this nice work that have been accomplished right now and continues, and also for supporting NARS in the development and the release of new cultivars. So thank you for agri-food. So we have time for some questions. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and welcome back to CG, one CG.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just my question is, there is real successful breeding seed system activities in case of pearl millet, I think in pigeon pea as well, because of the hybrid. How much that technology is being taken up in African context? Because we really have seen the partnership and the success, what has been done in India. What examples or lessons we can learn in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Should I wait for some more? Yeah. Yes. So hybrids were there in India, for example, for pearl millet for quite some time. And we have this model of hybrid parent research consortium, which brings in all private sector partners as the members of this consortium, and they access the parental lines. That's been a very successful model, both in terms of revenue and also in terms of fast delivery of the products to the farmers. Now coming back to Africa, what we have done. So we had such a similar consortium in Eastern and Southern Africa. We have started it a couple of years back, and it's, let me say, it's growing. The consortium, which means, what I mean by growing, there are more and more private company partners which are joining the consortium. And I have shown that picture, the hybrid of sorghum, which has been released in Zimbabwe by the Seedco, which is coming as a product from the consortium. And then more there are coming. So it's growing. So there's an opportunity there for that environment, and ecosystem is available there. So it's growing. Now let's come to the Western Central Africa. Consortium model is not working here, right? Because we don't have big companies who are ready to join the consortium by paying an annual membership fee. So what model we have come up with is a kind of licensing model for the small and medium-sized companies, wherein they can access the material by licensing. And for even more smaller companies, there is not even licensing mechanism. We are able to give them the material which has been released by the national programs, and then we are training them to do the hybrid seed production. they don't have the capacities to do the, I mean, it's different than the OPV seed production. So that production, we are doing it in Mali, Niger, and also in Burkina with some of the small and medium enterprises, so that they would be engaged in the delivery of the seed to the farmers. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Is there other questions? Yeah, Dr. Kamal.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. And now I think ICRISAT is back, and then we'll work. And ICRISAT has a global mandate center for chickpea. Yeah. I'm saying from working for ICARDA on chickpea and other legumes. So, for example, chickpea, the daisy is expanding in East Africa and others. But so far, we have tried a little bit. But we have to benefit the materials ICARDA is generating. Of course, Ethiopia is benefiting. And, but ICARDA's materials are not moving, for example, to Tanzania, to Malawi, and also. Is there any possibility? I mean, this is as a take-home message so that the East African chickpea growers can benefit from the illicit germplasm, the Kabulia as the daisy in East Africa, and how we are going to work on that. And then maybe we have to create some possibility where we can evaluate your daisies to the Middle East as Kokaita population. And then our materials, we don't have the facility to, for example, to evaluate the disease for botrytis gray mold, for instance.
Okay.
And this kind of things and how we are going to do.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's a kind of a question and a comment. So thanks for bringing that to this discussion. As you know, I think in 2021, we have chickpea varieties. The first chickpea varieties released in Malawi. So that's what it is growing. So, I mean, particularly for the chickpea program, a large part of it is being supported by the material which is being generated at headquarters. What does it mean? So we design the crosses for the product profiles of Ethiopia, Malawi, and Tanzania, and then make, because the germplasm is available there, make some crosses, send them off to our regional center in Kenya, in F2, F3, so that the selections can be made. So what I mean, we can also extend the same to the collaborators in Ethiopia and other countries. Starting from, I think sometime in the next, starting from the first, sometime in the first week of November, we have our chickpea breeder, Rakesh Srivatsava, who will be coming to Ethiopia to have these conversations on looking at what kind of populations and what kind of the fixed homozygous lines that can be sent to the region for testing purpose.
The other East African, like Kenya, not Tanzania, and Malawi. So how ICARDA and ICRISAT work together so that they can benefit other countries? So far, just we work, to be honest, in isolation.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think there is an opportunity there in these newer countries wherein ICARDA and ICRISAT can go together to set up the testing and as well as the early generation selection. So we now know, I think ICARDA might have defined the target product profiles and so is ICRISAT. So let's come together and have that conversation and then have our national partners on board so that we together, all three together can design that and then do the testing as well. Thank you.
No more questions.
Just want to add that Ethiopia is quite advanced. We have chickpeas varieties which have been released, which have been selected based on the markers for drought tolerance. Yeah, it's very advanced, yeah.
So please join me to thank Dr. Janila. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And I think we should thank the Chair as well. Please, a round of applause for our Chair.
Thank you. So at the end of the sessions, in summary, we have learned that genetic innovation and technology have the potential to revolutionize African food systems. But as highlighted by colleagues, especially Williams, however, it's important to ensure that the benefits of genetic innovation are shared equitably and that ethical and social concerns are addressed. At the end of this session, I would like to thank our panelists for their insightful contribution to this discussion. And also, I would like to thank the audience for their participation. I hope that we will continue to think about the potential of genetic innovation and technology to improve African food systems. Thank you very much, and it's time for lunch.